Михаил Иванович, вам слово.
Начинаем, да, тогда? Дорогие друзья, дорогие коллеги, я с удовольствием приветствую вас всех лично, очно здесь у нас в здании главного штаба с хорошо льющимся сверху светом. Я благодарю всех за соблюдение нашего дресс-кода Петербургского Эрмитажного, маски. Я благодарю всех организаторов, Юрий Леонидович, прежде всего вас, за инициативу, которая продолжается уже столько лет и которая оказывается очень важной, интересной и востребованной. В Коране есть один замечательный стих, аят, который прямо относится к нашей конференции. Он очень знаменитый, называется аят «Нур». «Бог – свет небес и земли. Свет его точно ниша, в ней светильник. Светильник в стекле. Стекло точно жемчужная звезда. Зажигается он от дерева благословенного, ни восточного, ни западного. Масло ее готово воспламениться, хотя бы его и не коснулся огонь». Конечно, это мистический образ. Конечно, в основе его лежит образ лампады, которая горит в келье отшельника, но он вполне описывает и технику, и божественное электрическое волшебство освещения в витрине или в зале музея. Это мистика. Что касается практики, то главная претензия посетителей Эрмитажа, например, вот во всех жалобах, которые есть, это то, что не всем нравится или многим не нравится то освещение, которое есть. При этом иногда эти требования неправильные. Мне приходилось не раз объяснять людям в залах, мне проходили плохо видно, объяснял, что плохо видно, да, но здесь свет, мало света. Света столько, сколько нужно им, а не нам. Им это картинам, это рисункам, предметам искусства, это то, что мы всегда должны учитывать. Но при этом мы, понимая это, понимаем вторую сторону, очень много работаем над тем, чтобы свет был такой, как мы считаем нужным, а какой он должен быть нужным, это вот мы и обсуждаем на наших совещаниях. И у нас есть такой проверочный зал Пуссена, где очень трудно осветить картины правильно. Есть прекрасные примеры освещения нашей советской лестницы, Петровской галереи недавно. Про это все будет рассказано. Есть две проблемы тоже, которые все время нужно решать. Первое, очень важно, что нельзя сделать для Большого музея одну систему освещения, один принцип освещения. Когда-то с компанией Philips мы разошлись, они были готовы сделать всю единую систему освещения для Эрмитажа. Оказалось, что это точно будет плохо, и это не состоялось, потому что для каждого зала, для каждой группы залов, для части залов, галереи своя отдельная система освещения, и ничего не поделаешь, только так получается что-то хорошо. Есть еще вторая проблема, это разница типов освещения, которые мы иногда забываем в музеях. Есть освещение галерейное для галереи, есть освещение для магазина, есть освещение для дома коллекционера, есть освещение для музея. Они все разные, а часто они у нас сложаются. Вот это все только несколько проблем, которые мы решаем ежедневно и будем решать, и которые замечательны тем, что они и важны, и очень интересны. Поэтому большое спасибо за вот такой большой интерес и внимание к этой проблеме. Она одновременно теоретическая, Бог, свет небес и земли, с другой стороны, очень практическая. Это там, где сходятся технологии и эстетика, и сходятся, на самом деле, насколько я могу судить, за последние годы сходятся очень удачно. У нас получается это взаимодействие эстетики и техники. Я думаю, в этой сфере может быть лучше, чем во многих других. Спасибо. Можно зачитаю? Да. Только что получили приветствие губернатора Санкт-Петербурга. Дорогие друзья, рад приветствовать вас на второй международной научно-практической конференции «Свет музей». Форум собрал на берегах Невы ведущих специалистов, представителей музейного и светотехнического сообщества России. Освещение и световой дизайн играют важную роль в демонстрации музейных коллекций, в организации современных выставок. Свет влияет не только на зрительское восприятие и создание необходимой атмосферы в залах, он также играет значимую роль в вопросах сохранности экспонатов. Знаменательно, что встреча проходит в культурной столице нашей страны. Правительство Санкт-Петербурга сегодня целенаправленно работает над соединением богатых традиций классического и современного искусства, развитием дизайнерского кластера, использованием огромного потенциала города в образовании, культуре и архитектуре и успешной реализации актуальных подходов в сфере дизайна. Уверен, профессиональный диалог окажется полезным и содержательным, внесет серьезный вклад в развитие музейного дела и дизайна. Желаю вам плодотворных дискуссий и незабываемых впечатлений от знакомства с Петербургом. Губернатор Санкт-Петербурга Александр Дмитриевич Беглов.
Да, я это расскажу. Во пресс-конференции еще пришло приветствие от Бориса Вячеславовича Грызлова, чрезвычайного и полномочного посла сегодня Российской Федерации в Белоруссии. Но я должен выполнить одну почетную миссию, почетное поручение Президиума Российской Академии Естественных Наук на основании решения Президиума номер 312 от 24 марта 2022 года. Михаил Борисович Петровский награждается почетным знаком Василия Татищева за пользу Отечеству, выдающегося государственного и общественного деятеля России. Я сразу вот так вот. Кто-то будет листать слайды или мне самому листать слайды? Хорошо. Музейное освещение. Да, прежде чем, извините, пожалуйста, перейти к выступлению, я хотел бы проинформировать всех участников, что у нас очно присутствует, зарегистрировалось 230 участников, и 180 участников присутствуют в режиме онлайн. Сейчас это модно, поэтому с точки зрения представительства мы вполне соответствуем также и первой конференции, но, к сожалению, не все присутствуют лично. С точки зрения решения технических задач, музейное освещение является, пожалуй, самым сложным. Более того, свет в музее играет не только роль правильного освещения объекта культурного наследия, для того, чтобы правильно создать восприятие этого объекта, но еще отвечает за сохранность этого объекта. Особенно это относится к различного рода экспонатам, мумиям, полотнам, бумаге, папирусу В меньшей степени, конечно, это относится к дереву, хотя и к дереву тоже. Ну и практически мало влияет на камень. И при этом малейшие какие-то нюансы в пересвете локальном могут вызывать накопление экспозиции, так называемой, и в результате чего можно просто потерять навсегда, причем потерять то или иное произведение искусства. Причем эти маленькие блики могут быть даже не видны глазом, а, соответственно, тем более их будет невозможно уловить и прибором, потому что прибор измеряет интегральную характеристику в какой-то зоне. И исходя из этого, очень высокие требования предъявляются к кривой силе света, соответственно, для того, чтобы создать равномерное освещение по всему произведению. Кроме всего прочего, существует разница между вечерним освещением в темное время суток и дневным освещением, когда у вас комбинированное освещение с учетом еще естественного освещения. И поскольку целый ряд музеев, и в частности вот Эрмитаж, не строился как музейное здание, соответственно, присутствует окна, соответственно, присутствует особенно в яркий летний солнечный день большое обилие естественного освещения, и это освещение может создавать искажения непосредственно на произведении искусства. 4 года назад мы провели первую конференцию «Свет в музее», и я хотел бы поблагодарить Эрмитаж и Михаил Борисович вас лично за то, что вы так активно откликнулись на необходимость такой конференции. И это является очень значимым событием и для музейного сообщества, я в этом нисколько не сомневаюсь, и для светотехнического сообщества. Говоря о сложной светотехнике, должен сказать, что даже в советские годы при, в общем, достаточно мощном производственном и интеллектуальном потенциале советская светотехника не выпускала музейных экспозиционных светильников, и только уже в современной России появилось, в общем, достаточно большое уже количество вполне, я бы даже сказал, что качественных и хороших светильников, которые могут сегодня использоваться при освещении. Конференция «Свет в музее» является на сегодняшний день, пожалуй, крупнейшим и по составу участников, и по количеству участников, и по представительности участников, крупнейшим в России научно-техническим мероприятием в области света и светотехники. И с трибуны конференции в прошлый раз прозвучало большое количество докладов. Все они были впоследствии размещены в журнале «Светотехника», был выпущен спецномер. В этот раз точно так же будет обязательно спецномер журнала «Светотехники», и, соответственно, все доклады попадут в этот журнал. При этом в научно-техническом совете светотехнической отрасли нашей страны создана специальная секция. Это тоже был результат прошлой конференции. Создана специальная секция «Свет в музее». И возглавляет Алексей Валентинович Богданов, заместитель генерального директора Третьяковской галереи, простите, Эрмитажа. И при этом в состав секции вошли представители ведущих музеев страны, а также представители реставрационных мастерских, ну и в частности Института реставрации имени Грабаря. Благодаря, безусловно, активной позиции Эрмитажа и НТС «Светотехника» возросло число деловых и научно-практических мероприятий. И, собственно, многие технические изделия были разработаны уже после первой конференции, в том числе с учетом результатов, которые на первой конференции были доложены в научных докладах. На сегодняшний день на базе ВНИСИ и национального отделения Международной комиссии по освещению создаются международные стандарты по освещению, музейному освещению. И это тоже в значительной степени результат нашей с вами совместной работы и проведенной конференции и последующих мероприятий. Мы столкнулись с тем, что даже в терминологии не было единства. И надо было унифицировать терминологию. Ну а кроме всего прочего, особенно с учетом того, что освещение в музее отвечает в том числе и за сохранность экспонатов, то планируется, что этот стандарт будет выпущен под двумя шапками, не только Международной комиссии по освещению, но и Международной электротехнической комиссии. И в этом случае его нормы будут являться в значительной степени обязательными. Сейчас приняты два стандарта пробных, и на сегодняшний момент можно ими уже начинать пользоваться проектировщикам для проведения расчетов всех. И после того, как они пройдут полную апробацию, они уже будут приняты на постоянной основе. При этом положение этих стандартов уже представлялось в НИСИ и есть и на сайте технического комитета 332 и межгосударственного технического комитета 332, и с ними можно ознакомиться. Ну, если говорить коротко, какие основные положения, которые в этих стандартах введены, ну, во-первых, классифицируют экспозиционные светильники по типу кривых сил света, устанавливают общие требования по цветопередаче для разных типов помещений, музеев и фондохранилищ и разных типов светильников, устанавливает для реставрационных мастерских, устанавливает коэффициент пульсации светового потока, устанавливает мощность ультрафиолетового излучения и так далее. И появление таких норм, собственно, и я бы сказал, актуализация вообще требований по музейному освещению, особенно в связи с появлением новых источников света, светодиодов и новых приборов уже отечественного производства, я считаю, большая заслуга всего светотехнического сообщества вместе с сообществом музеев. И, конечно, в первую очередь вместе с комитетом по музейному освещению НТС «Светотехника» и комитетом по стандартизации НТС «Светотехника». Ну, естественно, регламентируется и средняя освещенность, и равномерность, и годовая световая экспозиция, и спектр, и коррелированная цветовая температура и так далее. При этом вообще для музейного освещения нормы по освещенности не пересматривались со времен царя Гороха. И если даже для общественных помещений эти нормы существенно были пересмотрены, и, ну, в сторону, естественно, повышения. И даже по сравнению с 80-ми годами они ушли вперед. А по сравнению с 50-ми, 60-ми годами они вообще в 2 раза выросли. То для музейного освещения не пересматривались эти нормы, и, конечно, пересматривать их было необходимо. Какие выбраны нормы для реставрации и ювелирных изделий? По общему освещению не менее 300 люкс, а при работе с масляной живописью или крупными изделиями не менее 500 люкс. По коррелированной цветовой температуре, исходя из соображений наилучшего восприятия экспоната, а в общем случае от 2700 до 4500 кельвинов. Я пропускаю для того, чтобы лишнее
to save some time. I would like to dwell especially on the theme of training the personnel. Of course, for the museum lighting, unlike the utilitarian lighting, we need the knowledge of light engineering. And of course, training of the personnel is a very important aspect, and it is not adequately developed now. Besides, in principle, for solving the tasks that are facing our country related to light engineering, on upgrading of the available lighting fixtures, all the operating lighting fixtures and systems of the country, as well as creating of the new lighting fixtures in the country. For that, we need to expand the system of training of the personnel. And we have to state directly that despite the major efforts taken by the chair of light engineering or taken in some other high schools of Russia, primarily at Moscow University, Matvey, Tomsk Polytechnic, and in St. Petersburg, that is ITMO, related to the new light sources, that is the emergence of electronics and microelectronics, which is paid great attention to by the light engineering. We have to significantly expand the entire infrastructure of training the personnel for the industry. The chair of light engineering initiated the discussion of that matter, and the new reference of the specialty was developed. Now the chair receives new equipment, and certain improvement has already been attained. But in my view, these improvements are not sufficient to fill in the gap in light engineering personnel in the country. Besides, the chair is also having a great scientific potential, and we have a very good cooperation with the chair at Moscow State University, named after Lomonosov, and there are some teachers and professors at the chair from the university who also cooperate with a number of foreign colleagues, and some courses are delivered by the foreign experts. And of course, we cooperate with the journal Svetotekhnika, Light Engineering, and NISI, that is our leading branch institute. During this time, the reference book on light engineering was published, 4th edition, edited by Mr. Eisenberg and my editing. And there is a section concerning lighting of the museums that analyzes on the practical technologies and approaches and standards. Today, a draft program is being developed that was proposed by the special working group set up by the government, and it has been submitted for the government to discuss. There is a draft program of the development of light engineering until 2030. I think that this strategy is being developed for 8 years, and that will be a major breakthrough if we have it for until 2030. And it presupposes an approach where the incentives will be provided that will make it possible for the electronics to develop. And there will be a production of the entire cycle of electronic devices. And it might seem funny when a company, Monocrystal, produces artificial sapphire and is selling it as raw materials at the global market. And all the technological processes are carried out abroad. And when chips are brought here, and then phosphor is applied to them here in this country, and further, we're selling the finished light-emitting diodes. If we stimulate the demand here to such an extent that the production volume will be about 1 billion LED per annum, it will be economically reasonable and beneficial to concentrate all of the technological processes in our country. In the same project, we provide for the development of science and education, and of all specialists, particularly at educational establishments, are invited to get involved in the project. And we're planning to set up an educational union, a light engineering union, with participation of foreign representatives as well. So I have touched on the main achievements and trends which were recorded during these 4 years after the first conference that was held. And the purpose of my presentation was to inform you about what has been done by all of us during these 4 years, so that all of you would have a possibility to get involved into their work more actively. And after the second conference, you will be also able to make your contribution in this work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anton Pavel-Shalaev, head of the Federal Agency on Regulation and Metrology in the Russian Federation. He will join us by Zoom. Anton Pavlovich, please. Can you hear me? Dear Georgy Valentinovich, distinguished Mikhail Borisovich, dear colleagues, allow me on behalf of the Federal Agency on Technical Regulation and Metrology of Rosstandart and on myself personally to welcome all participants of the International Conference Light in the Museum. As a representative of the national bodies of standardization of the Russian Federation, GosNIIR, I'm happy to see that the issues of standardization of scientific and technical solutions in light engineering are discussed at the international and local level in the program of that conference. And the first key presentation presented by Mr. Bose detailed on the role and significance of the standard for the museum lighting So I think these conditions will be favorable. In fact, the application of the standards is the well-known methods to record the best technical solutions, the best new technologies to increase the quality and efficacy, competitiveness. But now we use the term standards not only related to quality. In the last years, we have been discussing a different international podium, the relationship between standardization and sustainable development. That trend is gaining in pace in the last years. Standards for sustainable development are the theme of the Global Day of Standards held next year at the forum dedicated to the Global Day of Standards that was held in St. Petersburg in last autumn. The application of the standards for sustainable development is the key trend of the strategy of development of international organization standardization for the period until 2030. At the General Assembly, so the International Organization of Standardization held last year, declaration was adopted, signed by 165 states, including the Russian Federation, which show the adherence to the global agenda in the sphere of standardization for sustainable development. When developing the new international standard, and the revision, when we revise the existing standards, we have to take into account the association of new technology and sustainable development and the contribution to attain the purposes of sustainable goals of sustainable development. I think the standards for the museum lighting, regulated norms of museum lighting, measurement of the normalized parameters, the best proof of that. Even here, we develop such technical requirements, and the standards correlate the trend of culture, science, and the new technical solutions. Work on the standards involves all the interested parties, developers of the product, scientific community, educational institutions, regulators. Thus, in 2020, there was a very important event which was discussed by Georgy Lutchinich for the first time in our practice at the level of the state standards, costs. We regulated the issues related to the museum lighting. And as has been shown, in addition to introducing the base technology, which was not present in the regulatory documents. First, the standards determined the norms of lighting, methods of their studies for the museum objects, museum premises, repositories, restoration shops. Implementation of these requirements ensures safe approach to presence of the people in museum rooms and adequate perception of the cultural values and minimization of the damage to the museum objects. Therefore, it would seem that the normative documents contain the things that are related with preservation and development of our cultural values and realization of the technical progress, the Russian standards. And in the new technological procedure, the system of standardization should promote the maximum combination of the unique technical solutions, and therefore the Russian standards of the museum lighting become the basis for the development of the international standards for the international CIE. Active use of this standardization will make it possible to attain the purposes and the goals of sustainable development. That is our task that is quite important in the modern period. I wish sincerely success to the conference and to the practical developments that have been done, revealing the necessity of further regulation of the new technical solutions in the sphere of museum lighting will be implemented quickly and will become new prospective documents on standardizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have two more addresses. Allow me to interfere them. One is from Lux Pisek, professor from the Tokyo University. Yes, it's recorded.
As a GR, I'd like to express my congratulations to the delegates and appreciation for the habitats and the organizing members of Light Museum Company. We were facing unprecedented hard time. However, the hard-march Russian national committee of the CIP, missing members, and all the delegates succeeded in holding this conference. This seems to be a miracle, which was realized by the love of arts, science, and technology, the strong unity and wish that nobles awareness. Looks must be guided by the community of writing scientists, engineers, and designers of studying the representative writing society, raising countries in the areas. Of course, the engineering society of Russia has been our important work. We have a Polish study system. However, without their contribution, looks certificate achieved only limited success. I'd like to say, большое спасибо our class and its members. I also have a power to comfort people and writing issues say and hold people. I believe that this conference becomes an invaluable chance to talk about peace and hope for the people, not through the lectures and discussion on writing technology and arts. Thank you for cooperation.
И еще одно приветствие.
And Peter Blatter, the chairman of the International Committee for Lighting.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Добрый день, уважаемый профессор Петровский, доктор Бо.
Museum. The CIP is a well-established project with platform for discussion of all aspects related to life and life. CIP is a well-organized action of lighting systems. So museum lighting is very challenging and actually is the master discipline for all possible lighting systems. One example, we want to have a very good relation of artwork with enough light, very high colorimetric quantities. On the other hand, we also know that much of the create and great delicate surfaces and things. Museums lighting is never always kind of balanced. Thanks to technology, however, lighting can be optimized. Also, possibilities arises such as taking light integrations. We may focus one or the other aspects of the object that we want to display. Or, when intelligent control, the exposure can be optimized. Where the solubility in order to possible only in light, when it's necessary, and where it's necessary. And these, of course, can also reduce the overall exposure on your artwork. Also, I read the very interesting conference program have the potential in the restoration process. This is certainly very interesting conference, and I'm looking forward to this conference. So there is now focus on the discussed the field of the mappings, and I really like welcome this conference as there is. I wish you all the outcomes to a successful conference with every scientific findings and personal contacts. Спасибо.
Слово предоставляется Алексею Валентиновичу Богданову, кандидату технических наук, заместителю генерального директора Государственного Эрмитажа.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm happy to see all of you here. And it's wonderful that we're able to meet face to face personally. Yandex Bridge or Zoom cannot bring us together indeed. There is a lot of important discussions that can take place only when we meet each other personally. So I'm happy to see all of you. Allow me to draw some conclusions. What has been done over the 4 years? It happens that we were planning to have this conference once in 2 years, but the pandemic brought in some changes into that plan. So what did we have in 2018 and what were the issues raised at the conference in 2018? We said that there were no standards at that time. The second issue, the protection of the museum artifacts from natural lighting. And the issues were raised of LED lighting. This was a new topic, hardly tackled previously. The issues of perception by the visitors was also important. A lot depends on the age, and that was surprising for me. There's a lot of nuances in this particular field. We all have different ways to perceive art and light. Then architecture, architectural lighting and the artifacts lighting, all this was discussed at the previous conference. Design issues and the issues of light engineering education. This is what Dr. Bose mentioned already. This is something we really need to work on. At the first conference, the issue was raised. What has happened since then? First, I need to say that this has already been mentioned by Dr. Bose. 2 standards were drafted and 2 preliminary standards for museum lighting. Terms were defined, and that's very important. So now when we use a word, we know what is meant by that particular word or term. And we have created the engineering conditions for the museums, for different elements of the museum, and the LED lighting and the measurement methods. That's also quite important and extremely important. That's exactly what we were missing. And this is what we would like to incorporate into a separate document. What else has been done? Over this period of time, the rules were approved on the after the first conference on taking stock of the exhibits in the museum, and this is all registered with the Ministry for Justice and enforced for 6 years since the end of January this year. So between the conferences, the different seminars were being organized. Well, a small seminar, that's, well, a relative notion indeed, because sometimes we're up to 100 participants in them. So within the framework of the EDIT conference, information was presented concerning the new standards, and representatives of museum community, of Vavilov Institute, the light artists were part of that discussion. In 2021, we had a webinar on museum light, and among the speakers, again, there were representatives of different museums, and the integrated approach was comprehensive approach to the issue of lighting was discussed, depending, of course, on different parameters and different artifacts. And the outlook of the light designers, what is the real priority, an artifact, the visitor, and how to create the museum expositions. These were the issues raised, and thanks to Bose Lighting Group, together with the Hermitage Museum, they established the Eurasian Award for light engineering, the Golden Photon, and with different nominations and, for internal lighting. And so this particular award was handed over twice, and I would like to mention the names of the winners. And if some of them are here with us, we would like to greet you. So in 2020, internal lighting of museum space and exhibition space was the Peterhof Museum for the comprehensive lighting of the Museum of Playing Cards, and then the Borodino Battle Museum for the modernization of the lighting systems within the panorama of the Borodino battle, and then award for the Museum of Military Engineering from Verkhnya Pyshma. As an enormous museum there, probably the largest representing the military equipment and military engineering. In 2021, the Center of Cultural Design, Humanitarian Design, for the Kalevala Universe exhibition, and the Museum of Outer Space was also awarded, and the Nizhny Novgorod Museum together with Outlight for the Sirotkin House lighting, and for internal lighting, the Viking company from Yaroslavl. Now, if some representative of these entities are with us, will you please stand up? We would like to congratulate you. Do take part in this competition. The award is annual, and do come up with your projects, and of course the jury will be happy to look into them. What has not been resolved? What are the problems we still have? What are the problems that we would like to discuss, sometimes in the form of an experiment? No, we planned, but because of the pandemic, we had to put it off. It was an experiment concerning the definition of the correlation of temperature in order to provide the proper perception of the oil paintings. The idea was to make sure that the visitors would like to work with the lighting for their own needs, and for us to understand what particular type of lighting is the best for the visitors. We have not been able to carry out this experiment, but we will be able to do that later, I'm quite sure, because that's important for us. It's important for us to know what the visitors think, not the professionals who work in the museums, but the visitors of the museum. We understand that this perception might differ from ours. And the second issue, the recommendations concerning the museum lighting. Now, this particular publication is being prepared so that you have a document, a reference document with the standards within it, and with the proper information concerning measurements and all sorts of other things that are necessary for you to work on the everyday basis. Now, so at the conference these days, we should look into the following issues. Now, first of all, we're in a somewhat different reality, and the input substitution issue is an extremely important one. And as I say it, things that happen always work for the better. This will stimulate the national industries here in Russia to work in a more active form. It's going to be expensive and difficult to import. That means we will have to think of what to select here in Russia, what to choose. And we would like to be able to learn more about the Russian-made equipment. We still go into the issue of LED impact on the museum exhibits. This is going to take some time, particularly since the LED technologies change. So this work should be continued. And education. Already mentioned today, we will have a special session dedicated to education tomorrow. Education of light engineers. And I hope there are changes in this field. We have unfortunately lost time, and there are not that many institutions that provide proper education for light engineers, and retraining is another important aspect. So, because technologies develop and its retraining is very much needed. So this is what we are to discuss at the conference. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. I want to give the floor to Marina Chistyakova, candidate of history of the State Historical Museum. Нет, там что-нибудь будет. У меня. Так. Окей. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to get closer to practical aspects and to demonstrate some of the problems we have and some of the stages of the development of ours in this particular context, museum light. Well, it's difficult to overestimate the importance of lighting in the museums. No, we have already mentioned that we need to show and we need to protect and to conserve. And it's a form of art, indeed. We know that light is very destructive. Light is energy. And this energy can provoke and speed up the destructive processes, particularly since we talk about the museum artifacts, which very often have many centuries behind them and have their own problems of conservation. And what I wanted to demonstrate to you today concerns just one aspect. Namely, these are artifacts that we always demonstrate at a permanent exposition. That's, they are demonstrated there, they are preserved there, and these exhibits are very, very different, organic, non-organic, and we really have to find the most important and acceptable ways of protection. Now, well, of course, only professional community can carry out this work. And of particular importance is what we have been discussing today, interaction between the museum staff and those who work on the museum lighting, protection and preservation. Now, most of our expositions are in the historical building. The building itself is a monument, a historical and cultural monument. And of course, the requirements set to the exposition at the end of the 19th century were somewhat different from what we have today. In particular, you're all familiar with the building. We all know that the exposition is, of course, provided with a lot of light through large windows. This is one of the problems. We come across this problem whenever we work on the issue of lighting. Moreover, another specific feature of our building, of the main building of our museum, is the painting, decorative paintings, particularly on the ground floor. The rooms as such are also important as architectural monuments. According to the designers, they're very important for the exposition of the museum, and it's necessary to focus the attention of the visitors on the murals, on the paintings, and it's a separate task. Each and every hall complies with the epoch it represents, and the interiors are most informative. And so today we really have to work on that. We really have to think of how to demonstrate the murals in the rooms of the museum. Brightness and should not distract the visitors from the artifacts that are being displayed. And this is another problem. And this particular goal should be resolved through the accented lighting. We have not been able to resolve this particular problem. We keep working with the partners of ours, of course, with real professionals in the field, and step by step, from room to room, from showcase to showcase, we're trying to resolve these issues. The Museum of the War of 1812 was created for the anniversary in 2012, and it's a somewhat different space. It's the windows there.
It is devoid of windows and natural light, and here we also feel that modern requirements are taken into account. So here different approaches were used, and lighting of the showcases and other light sources were used. Nevertheless, 10 years have passed, and this exhibition also needs to be worked on, and this work is also carried out at the building of the Patriotic War of 1812. A special theme is the so-called open storage at the front of the Historical Museum. I would like to tell you that this is traditional. In the Historical Museum, we also had the practice of organizing open storage at the funds. Situations have changed. We were relocated, the areas were changing, and the location of the funds also changed. And as an example, I would like to show the Gallery of Church Antiquities, the Department of the Metal, where we could use a corridor leading to the funds, and we were using this corridor for open storage, where excursions can be organized. Special lighting was also made for the corridor for large size items, and in the cabinets there are lighting fixtures in the cabinets and on the shelves that could show representatively the collections of the church antiquities that are kept at the department. Undoubtedly, the exhibition projects, that is a special theme, because in the exhibition project, we represent different exhibits and different themes. And thus, at each exhibition, we build a new light solution, and to a certain extent that might advance us also with the development of the museum lighting. The exhibition areas are different in terms of the architecture. They're scattered across our complex, so each exhibition project is quite individual. It takes into account the architectural features of each room and the list of the monuments to be exhibited, take into account the effective presentation and solving the problems of the exhibits. For instance, the exhibition complex in the building of the former Moscow State Duma that was created during overhauling in the 2000s, and it was planned to have a large exhibition complex, more than 2,000 square meters, including 3 special areas. That is an exhibition of the Russian Empire, opened in March 22. You can see the delicate lighting because there were all the types of museum monuments represented, including organic monuments, brittle monuments, clothes and painting. Only upper lighting was planned, except that crown, that is a modern copy, and these stones and metals that are not afraid of strong luxes. As to the brittle and delicate monuments, the lighting was like that. As to the claims that the visitors couldn't see anything, there were no claims. The visitors said that there was an interior of careful attitude to monuments, and it was noted by the visitors. Quite striking was the exhibition of the attires, court attires of the 19th, 20th century, presented by the State Hermitage. I would like to thank them. It was presented for the 150th anniversary of the museum in March, July 2021. There are a lot of textile objects and court costumes of them. Empire, empirical empire family, and our designers were quite careful concerning the lighting of these items. Only the upper lighting that was quite soft was provided. In one of the halls, they recreated the winter gallery with lit windows. That was a designing solutions that helped to make additional lateral light and to show these monuments, to expand the room and to show them as more significant and representative. A wonderful exhibition, masterpieces of the Russian Museum, students of Smola Institute by Dmitry Levitsky. That is a project to 150th anniversary of the museum. Careful lighting of the paintings was from the down. The fixtures, lighting fixtures were installed behind, and some lateral lighting fixtures that lit the exhibits from the sides. Special emphasis should be placed on these showcases with fans. You can see also lateral lighting fixtures that delicately provide lighting to the monuments. Graphics is also taken into account when we build the projects of lighting. And in this case, you can see the lighting coming from above. In fact, there is no direct lighting, and they are carefully preserved. The same here. To the right, you can see a slide, different church monuments, a fragment of carving, only the light is coming from the side, and the monument can well be seen. A special theme or a special emphasis should be placed on our old and well-known exhibition area, the so-called Hall 36. It is a very large hall. It is rather difficult to place exhibitions there. Initially, it was created as a library of the Historical Museum during the first, when the museum was opened, that was a library. So these are very high upper stages of 3 upper stages. There should be bookcases with books in the library, but that was only until the end of the 19th, the beginning of the 20th century. Then the utilitarian use of these premises was reconsidered, and large areas preserved. And there is a problem with lighting because the height is over 10 meters and the area is about 300 square meters. And of course, as for the lighting of the exhibition project, that is a very complicated whole, but nevertheless it is used. For instance, you can see the exhibition, Nikolai II, his family and throne. There was a lot of documentary documents and documentary photos. The exhibition was held from November 2018 to the April 2019. You can see that the chandeliers were mostly located in the upper part, and they were below there was also lighting only under the paintings, so that there would be no direct like flux coming to the paintings. The exhibition Iron Age, Epoch Without Boundaries, that was mainly archaeology. That exhibition was held recently. These are the objects that are quite brittle in terms of light sensitivity. They're not so brittle. So there was more lighting in the design. It had more possibilities. The exhibition Alexander III, Peacemaker, there was a slide with a banner. And we tried to approach it quite carefully so that it would be well seen, so that it would not be suffer from light. And the wonderful portrait of Alexander III, light is coming from below. So you could see this portrait. The exhibition, the new exhibition hall in the main building of the historical, the exhibition Vikings, the route to the east, mainly based on archaeological materials. Many objects were made of metal, so everything was simpler, but that is a new hall without window openings. The chandeliers were mainly located above and close to the showcases, so the problem was solved. Of course, it can be said that in this case, the exhibition activity gives a greater scope in looking for the new and more careful approaches to lighting of the museum objects. And you can try it. And you can also have other possibilities. Of course, we're looking forward to get the new class of lighting fixtures. The work is being carried on and will be carried on because the main exhibition in the buildings of the Museum of the Patriotic War needs modernization. The work is being done and the work has to be carried on. And it is possible only due to our interaction between the curators, specialists of museum activities, partners, and companies specializing in professional solution of the problems of museum lighting. And they will help us in solving the problems because really we need to resolve these problems. We have to demonstrate the objects and we have to preserve them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Irina Viktorovna. Sergey Vladimir Sirro, head of the Technological Research Department of the State Russian Museum. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to the conference. I would like to immediately tell that I dedicate my presentation to my colleagues, restorers of the Russian Museum. Soon the exhibition will be opened concerning the century-long restoration period of the Russian Museum that started in 1922. Sometimes their work is not visible under beautiful LED lighting, but we have made our work for them. So ultraviolet, many of you have heard about it, but not many of you know how it is used at the museum. The main thing is, of course, restoration research. Before starting, the restorers analyze the painting. That is the practice used in all museums of the world, not only in the Russian Museum at the Hermitage. You have to understand what should be restored, what is the condition of the work of art, and what is the authors and what is later. When you clean the painting, when there is a process of restoration, each time you have to understand what happens with the canvas. So that might be icon, oil painting, graphic, applied arts objects. In the course of restoration, you often use ultraviolet, and some preliminary studies of the cultural heritage are also based on ultraviolet in the museums. Let us detailize on it. Thinning of the varnish, one of the main processes when the restorer removes the old darkened varnish, and you will see the colors, the author's colors on the painting. But if you have a black background, you cannot visually understand whether the old varnish was removed and what remained on the surface. If you use ultraviolet, you see immediately where the varnish was removed, whether it is regularly, whether the process is well enough. And if you have later changes in the painting, some additions or corrections, you can see them under ultraviolet. You can see the later inscription on the painting. It can see with the naked eye, and it is above the varnish. But if you look with the naked eye, you will see that it is the author's signature complying to the painting, or that is cracking when the restorer or someone on the varnish draws a thin network of artificial cracking. If you are looking at the picture with the naked eye, you might see that this is the author's aging, that the painting looks like that. And ultraviolet also helps the restorer to understand where to move, what should be the methods of restoring the work of art. You can also use for analyzing pigments, mainly that is done by technologies, but the restorer is often looking at the work of art under ultraviolet lighting, can see what paints were used. You have to have the ultraviolet burn and some experience. These are paints and dyes of different composition, and they are different under ultraviolet. Some become brighter, some become darker. That depends on the chemical composition of the pigments, so it is an important as well, because the analysis of the paints in ultraviolet range of the spectrum can be used by even the first-year student. Let us analyze the physics. I will try to minimize it because you graduated from the school long ago. Probably you don't remember the elementary optics. Visible light is quite narrow. That is a small range of the spectrum among the cosmic rays, X-rays, radio waves, infrared range of the spectrum. It is joined also by a narrow ultraviolet range, and we have only to see one part, that area that is used by restorers at the museum. Others are used in medicine, in space research, and so on. In the museums, they are not applicable. So a very narrow range. What happens afterwards? The light falls on the surface. Sometimes it is reflected ultraviolet, and there is a visible luminescence that we observe. Since the eye of a person cannot see the reflected ultraviolet, but you can see luminescence, and that is due to one physical condition that is called Stokes shift. You shift an object by beam of radiation, and the luminescence is shifted. So under ultraviolet, you can see the visible color. That is a miracle. What do the restorers use? We collected the set that is used by the restorers at our museum. The Russian Museum in St. Petersburg, in the city center, everyone has to use some unified devices that should be certified, because we have said that certification of the museum light and the LED sources goes on constantly. That is important. As to ultraviolet, that is not the case. Everyone uses what he can, different burners, mercury burners, ultraviolet lanterns, large burners as number 3, used by the restorers for oil paintings, old burners number 1, produced in 1952, medical burner, but nevertheless it is still used by the museum. And our task was to understand what is really useful for the restorers, what is convenient, what doesn't work, what works, and what can be recommended for the experts from other museums. Probably when we speak about unification, standardized of the ultraviolet range of the spectrum, the information will be more useful. Lanterns, they're sold everywhere. You can get into internet, there will be a lot of offers from 500 rubles to 6 or 8 or 10,000. They have different shape, different design. Most often the sellers promise some unique possibilities, but as practice shows, the lanterns always have a very important detail that levels the use. for the work in the museums. You can see the painting by David Maruk. We use a lantern to get a good luminescence, and with what we can work at good ultraviolet is an eye. You can use a lantern showing the painting and understand what is where, but we cannot get the complete information. You must, you can go far away and you will see something that is dark. Sometimes it will be lit. So the lanterns are not suitable due to that. You might object saying that the restorer can clean some area, for instance, an eye, and the lantern will be enough. There are mercury lamps that have been long used at discotheques and nightclubs to museum. That is a mercury lamp that is a source of ultraviolet radiation. There is a phosphor applied on the tube and we get something like ultraviolet. If you have such a lamp, it is, if it breaks at the shop, you have to air the room and you have to go to the medical doctor to check your health because mercury is quite damaging. That is an old burner of 1952 used in many museums. It is good because it is not installed. It doesn't have old filters that do not transmit the visible part. But as lanterns, it has the same feature. It is lighting a small area of the painting and it cannot be increased. That is due to the design. We can take to the left, you can see that burner.
So here are the burners that are used in many countries of the world, in the Russian Museum, among others. You can see that the lighting here is more or less evenly lit. And, but there is a threat of breaking the lamp, and these particular devices can hardly be transported. You can move them from room to room, but if you need to go to a different building, then it's a different story. And if you have to go to a different city, then it's quite possible that you damage these lamps. And then, of course, the mercury vapors come in play. And these are the LED burners, and they provide very good light over the whole field, and there is even luminescence, and this is probably the best option for today. But since our goal was to examine the devices used by the restorers in the Russian Museum, they were all included into the test, and we tried to understand what works and what does not work. And LED lighting fixtures. No, you can move them easily because they work with batteries. We used them when we traveled from the Russian Museum. When we went north, for example, we took them with us, and even in the small chapels, they provide a 4-meter cross, UV cross, and thus provide a proper light on those artifacts. And the restorer can get a very good idea of what there is on the surface of the restored elements and the lost elements, and rather the areas where the elements were lost. Now there is a portable spectrometer from the Department of Climatology of the museum. With a certain light fixture, we can get the wavelength of the light emitted and the intensity of the signal, the speed of accumulation. If the source is bright, then the signal is accumulated immediately and the device tells you of that. And if it is less powerful, then the spectrometer accumulates the signal over time. Now, in order to cut UV, we used the photographic filters. We needed to understand if all the sources have just the ultraviolet component or there are some other waves, maybe parasitic waves. So here is a very primitive test. We take the spectrometer and we take the source of radiation, and that's the way we're carrying out the measurement, and then we introduce the filter and we can see what we get once the ultraviolet is cut off. If we take an old burner, an almost antique burner, 70 years old, we can see in the left-hand side, it has a short violet peak with 360 nanometers, pure UV, and nothing else there. But then at the exit, you can see some red color, but the rest is pure as well. So that means we have absolutely clear UV spectrum, which is most convenient. And as for the time accumulation time, milliseconds indeed. If you focus it on the device, you can get the signal within 8 milliseconds. But once you have the filter, 1000 milliseconds are needed because there is no visible part there. And it accumulates until it has at least something. If we take a modern torch, we can see how it works. It enters the visible area, which is not very good, and then the correlation 6 and 34 milliseconds. So there is such an important and bright visible component that we get not the pure UV, but the mixed light, which is not proper. Let's go back to this particular scheme. Now we focus the light, we use the torch or the mercury lamp or whatever, we have the reflected what? UV. But apart from that, it can be just the violet color, which we do not need at all, because the visible luminescence is much weaker, and we need to get rid of this particular component. How do we do that? Now, you can have a look. These are 4 different sources. The mercury lamp, LEDs, and down below 2 types of torches. You can see that if we're using torches, first of all, the picture is without contrast because the power is insufficient. And when we can see here this violet color, which works over luminescence, which is just the reflection of the violet component. And these sources are not good at all for restoration because we do see, but we see what we do not need at all. We get a very different type of information. As a result of the test, there are 2 winners. The contemporary, the modern sets and the old burners. 70 years between them, but they follow the same principle, and the results are not bad at all, except for one thing. This old burner cannot be moved at all. Casts light over a limited space, but those who made it 70 years ago, they knew exactly what we need. We need UV, high quality UV for what we're doing, and it's exactly what we need now. And the small device, Master Alpha, as we have it today, we actually worked over a whole year on it. Initially, there were not enough LEDs for that because of the filters. There is not enough light, not enough ultraviolet light, and we either need to have stronger LEDs or just change the structure, the design itself. And then we also needed to work on the cooling system. Then we found out that the modern filters do not always work with UV that well. So we really had to go back to the old Soviet filters originally produced in the Optical Institute in the Soviet days. And as a result of all this work carried out in the Russian Museum, we were able to get the device we have today that works quite well and was able to win in the tests that we carried out. There might be devices elsewhere as well, but we work with that one. Everything else was either wrong for us because of certain parameters, or they were worse than this one for technical and physical properties they have. And at the end, I would like to thank our leading engineer, Vyacheslav Toropov from Massachusetts. They listened to our recommendations, to our advice. We kept telling them this is not going to work, this is a poor version, let's try a new device. As a result, we have the device that does work properly for restoration purposes. And I would like to thank restorers who were very patient, who were very persistent and helped us in this work. If there are questions, I'll be happy to answer them either now or during the break, whatever is more convenient. Please do not disappear. Are there questions? We have time. We have time. I have a question. In the end, today we have just one device like that. Do we need do we have certain requests to the industries? Because there are representatives of different companies here. You might place orders with them. Now, if we talk about standardization, then it's very good if the restorers in the museum use one and the same type of devices for UV work. Because in this case, we won't have the discrepancy in the final information. Because some say, I can see it is violet, but others say, no, I don't see it at all, because they're using different lighting devices, like fixtures, because, well, but people very often believe that their devices are better than anything else. If only we could provide the restoration workshops in the major museums, and maybe with time in provincial museums, with devices similar in design and similar in quality, this would have been wonderful. It's safe enough. I think, and it seems to me that at the present day level and today, restorers and museums deserve that. They shouldn't look for some sort of Chinese light fixtures and some sort of solutions made. Maybe we should start with a standard. 360 nanometers, for example, whatever. Maybe we have different wavelengths, and we need different wavelengths for different devices. Maybe we should start with that. No, I think it's standardization in UV field. That is quite an interesting topic. No one has been working on that, but the Russian Museum is most willing to work with those who can help us with that, because we have already accumulated experience. We have objects created for the purpose, and we were willing and ready to work. All the standards today are associated with the visible field of the spectrum. We tried to protect against UV, but for restoration, you need exactly the opposite thing. You need UV, and this is something we have not touched upon. Right. Thank you. No, not yet. Oh, another question. What is your wavelength for your UV tests? I guess 185 nanometers. No, that's too much. This is not of interest for us. 365, that's optimal. Because of the Tochka shift, we can get the visible luminescence in the area we actually need. If we go to UV or UC, then we will get the luminescence in the UV field, which is going to be invisible for us. But the device that you demonstrated, this with GosNIIR lamp, with the arc. So we in 360, 365 nanometers, the radiation is not that high. Well, if we take 265 and 185, moreover, this burner is quartz-based, and it allows to work with rigid UV. But there are present-day lamps which do not let through the medium and the strong UV, but do let through the close based UV, but they're used for the purification of air, water, and so on. As for the lamp, that would work for 260, 360, 365. Now, that's a difficult task indeed, particularly since it's right at the border with the visible range. And so 380, that is already the visible range. So it's very difficult to work within that particular range. and it is between 360 and 380. Well, of course, you can work with the current itself and find a solution with its help, but it's difficult. If you believe that that particular range is needed for you, then you could probably try to work with the chair at the VNIS and design a whole set of equipment, including the lamp. But we need to understand that it's going to work only in if there is a protective glass, it won't be able to let the UV through. I'm talking about the silicon, only the cabinet glass, so it should be open without any glass covering, working within the traditional optical system. And there's no problem to create these devices. It's much more difficult to have a kit. If you have no objections, then we can provide you today with the options that we already have today. But there will be also 265 nanometers option. But you can actually see that there is a lot of UV there. The efficiency is also very important. So with the arc lamp, the share of UV is within 15%, and the LEDs with just 2 to 3%. So, and as for arc charge, then it's 35% UV, which of course is much, much higher. So much higher. We can provide you with those devices. If they're applicable, then it's not a problem at all to supply them. If they're not applicable, then that means simply that we have to raise the issue and think of how to create a whole kit for you. Now, that's most interesting, indeed, and most important. But just one museum laboratory can hardly tackle that. We need to involve the other professionals and the industries. We, of course, thank you very much for your offer, and we're willing to work together with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed. The conference is exactly for that. We raise issues and we think of how to resolve them, the problems, and have an announcement for those who are with us online. If you have questions to the speakers, you can always send your questions to the email, to our address. I will show the address to you. And now we break for coffee. Now we're going to resume our session at 1 o'clock. Now we break for coffee, and that's a wonderful time to communicate, to talk. Thank you.
Коллеги, мы продолжаем. И позвольте, я начну с правительственной телеграммы.
Let me start with the telegram we received from the government. We have just received it to the Director of the Hermitage, Dr. Petrovsky, and Mr. Bose. We would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in the second scientific and practical conference Light in the Museum. Unfortunately, because of being very busy, I'm unable to be there personally, but I wish you great success. The first deputy of the head of the administration of the presidential administration to income. Thank you. Right, we continue. We proceed. And allow me to invite Leonid Novakovskiy, Director General of Faros-Alef. It's a joint presentation with Jean-Pierre Miras and Lyubov Volgina, head of the electrotechnical department of the State Hermitage Gallery. in Russia. That refers to Lyubov Volgina and Jean-Pierre Maras, Managing Director of Sclair Louvre Company in Germany. Good afternoon, dear friends. So this topic, the autonomous power for the lighting fixtures for the art objects, emerged in connection with the discussion of one of the presentations made at the first conference. And the technical services of the Hermitage, the art historians, asked us to try and work on this particular device, which could be very important for the museum palaces, where it is difficult to use traditional types of lighting, because the ceilings are decorated, and there is a similar situation in the churches that act as museums. Many of the icons actually nowadays located in real churches, and there are also old museums where it is very difficult to have the track lighting fixtures, and then other sorts of premises where exhibitions are being open. So we tried to work on a device like that, instead of a sort of a fencing around the site. So our work did not take that much time, but the pandemic made the process slower than expected. So apart from the improvement of the first installation, where the white LEDs were used, and well, of course, the optimal light optical scheme that enabled us to reduce the power in order to be able to use the autonomous sources of power. Well, of course, we wanted the illumination to be permanent, and so that worked on that. So apart from the illuminator as such, we decided that we should have an information board, a plaque really. Usually they're difficult to discern, difficult to read, but here with us it is possible to have those in different languages, and it's easy to read them. While we worked on these devices, we decided, of course, to improve them, to use the multicolored LEDs, which would make it possible to control the temperature as well, the light temperature and the illumination. And then other opportunities emerged, theoretical and practical. And nowadays we're able to have a look at them. And what is that device? The height, no, the parameters the same as those of the fence. And as for the range, and as for the ability to move right, left, up and down, is associated with the diaphragm, because the projection of the beam of the bundle changes, and we really have to remember that all the time. So the range of temperature is quite extensive, it can be changed, and initially we used, as I said, the white LEDs. Now, here is what it is made of. There are batteries at the bottom, and the BMS control system. And then here you can see a whole set that is needed for the options. The information processor, the correlation of light temperature, the illuminator, the projector, and the information board. I said that it's the set, the general set, but we can actually make use of different components. And it's very important to provide even illumination the distances are different for the lower and for the upper part of the painting. So that means we have to have extra LEDs, and there are 4 of them altogether, to make sure that we have the proper compensation for this distance. And here is what we have. If we focus it on the painting next to the window, now we understand that compensation is needed here. We have to have even light distribution, proper illumination, and the information unit can be also put up here. Next, it's the correlated color temperature and how to preserve it, because it changes. It changes depending on the time of the day and light coming from the windows. And we understand that for the observer to be able to see one and the same thing all the time, morning, day, and night, we have to carry out this particular process. We can do it with the help of colored LEDs and mixers used originally for the different other types of devices. But there is another option here. When in one and the same painting, you change the color temperature and you can show how it could look with a different type of illumination. This is not at all for the illumination as such, but just to demonstrate the possibilities. It acts then as an instrument for training, for education, in order to understand what can be done, the potential. So the third option is as follows. When we no, the device is not there yet. So, but the diaphragm, or the system, then the system, DMD system, which controls the light beam, and then we have another option. We can focus on the composition, on the compositional center, which sometimes is important in order to explain how the work is being done, how the piece is being done, how to read it, so to speak. And in the for education, it might be very important. And this composition and the work with the composition is very important in order to work with the altar in the Church of our Savior.
So we have done it. In addition, another option is possible. Sometimes the system is supplemented by the projector, and you can see that image when we superimpose on the real image, the faded, on the faded image, the image made in the center that is recreating the lost reality. So we don't have any impact on the fresco because all the norms that are necessary are observed. This what concerned palace museums, church museums. And in this church, there is one more problem. In the churches, museums, sometimes there are collections of unique icons that are part of a traditional exposition, and they're used as the place of the church. People are coming there with religious purposes, and you have to show them as a museum. Just you can see what is happening. We can see some flares. We cannot see the icon per se. And the same can be realized using the canonic devices which are used when the churches are equipped. Obviously, in order to do it, we had the approval to get the approval, and that was the result of the process. You can see the image in the form as it will be normally perceived from down. So we don't need any precise installation because that can be regulated quite easily because there are some hinges. The same can be used. You can use a storage battery. It can be located in the card, and you can light the icon through the reflection of the protective glass. And you can see in the left, there is an image that is visible and the image that can be seen. That is a Vladimir icon that is quite interesting. It is lit in this way. That is a very interesting approach. The card is done in the way, so it is rather difficult to light it from the inside. We have found a very important technical decision. There is a certain feature because tempera has water emulsional coating. When the lighting comes at low angles, due to multiple reflections, the energy is concentrated on the inner layers. And if we count that energy component, long-term use and long-term observation of the icon will lose it because the inner layers will be destroyed and we won't be able to restore them without destroying the outer layer. So it was concluded that remotely we can mount using fiber optic communication outside that room. The light sources can be mounted at large angles to the icon, and we are able to control each element of the radiation energy on each LED and its concentration, and we'll have a uniform distribution. That what we'll have if we divide it into zones. That's what we can get on both sides, and the icon will be perceived quite differently. Similarly, you can solve the task with any object. You can use LED to light it from below, and the storage battery will be installed beyond the icon. Thus, will avoid the things that are sometimes interfering with the process. And finally, the icon stand. For lighting the icon stand, we tried to calculate, and we hope we will be also able to use the lighting, because other possibilities are not available, and we cannot get any new light sources. Many people have a negative attitude to high-tech elements which are present close to the icons, though sometimes they are used even in serious museums. Nevertheless, mounting LEDs and lighting fixtures and panic, we can get a regular distribution of lighting on each icon, though they are located at significant angles, and each case will be regulated and everything will be lighted well enough. Sometimes the image might be shifted, or the position of the light beam on the icon stand might be shifted, but that really proves that methodology is useful. That is not a negative feature. Generally, lighting in the churches has been discussed since the electric lighting appeared in 1905, at the beginning of the past century. Such scientists and philosophers as Florensky and Losev and the artist Vasnetsov, Rubel were categorically against electric lighting in the churches. And they stated that the icon that was painted by the candlelight and that is dark will lose its essence and will become dead under such stable lighting. During 120 years, light engineering has advanced, and today we can model any level of lighting that is necessary to create a life and inspired icon. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. If there are questions, you can ask them immediately. I have one question. How will you plan? What time is planned for the operation of the storage batteries? Today, there are the first options of the post. It is ready and we can bring and demonstrate it after the holidays, and we'll be able to check it so that industrial production will start. And the second version will be prepared by the end of the year. The third version of the post might be delayed because the diaphragm should be controlled, and the system is produced in the USA. It is rather difficult to get it, and we have to think how to reproduce it here. All that will be a controlled liquid crystal plate, which we are investigating, and much will depend on the material, on the liquid crystal, because the exposure time today is sufficient to use it. We just have to work with physical chemistry to prepare the material that would be correct. That might last for 1.5 years or 2 years. Please, it is not into the microphone. You ask the question, how much time will that system operate on storage batteries? You discussed the post, but you haven't answered the question. That depends on the material of which the storage battery is made. If it is an iron phosphate storage battery, the area of the base is similar to the area of the post that is used. That will be 2 weeks. If that is a lithium, graphene storage battery, that might be 3 or 4 months. Another question? Can you tell me, can we use a certain system of interaction and change of the light regime so that would be a light show, not only station lighting? Can you use a certain program? Of course, it can be done. It is planned to do it, really. Can you tell us whether lighting of the painting icon from below will lead to deformation of the image? Because natural light, solar light or a candle, was close to the artist or somewhere above. As you understand here, the lighting from below allows solving one of the most important tasks of museum lighting, to remove the glare. As to the distortion, we had such a system in Lord for lighting Gioconda, but we haven't found any problems. The lighting was from below, and the glare disappeared, and there was a glass that provided that glare. Now it is not present any longer. But nevertheless, if it is an oil painting, the deformation would be inevitable. Oil is a relief. That depends on the micro shadows that are possible. They might appear, but we have to choose the incidence angles. I agree with you. That also depends on the following. I have mentioned that in case of oil painting, the reduction of the angles is not so damaging, but if that is temporary, that cannot be done, low angles result in losses. Thank you very much. That is a debatable issue. As an example, if you remember, that was about 3 years ago in Japan. They demonstrated objects at Pushkin Museum and noted how the lighting was built. They made the lighting themselves. Not a single lighting fixture would work for another painting. So each engraving was lit, for instance, by a couple of lighting fixtures at high incidence angles. Any further questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. I invite Ekaterina Lezshova from Tochka Opory company, project manager. I ask the speakers to move the microphone to talk directly into the microphone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ekaterina Lezshova from Tochka Opory company, a specialist on museum lighting, project manager of the company. As we know, 4 years ago, it has been mentioned, we met 4 years ago, discussed major steps. Today, the norms have been adopted. That is a major advancement in museum lighting. And today, I'm going to speak about the norms. Not about the norms per se, but how we live with these norms, how we interact with them in our project. I have selected several projects with characteristic features. Mainly, our norms determine the amount of light for the exhibits and how to ensure the preservation of the exhibits. I would like to analyze it from a different viewpoint. I mean that from the viewpoint of a simple visitor coming to the museum to look at the exhibits, to the space in general. In most museums, the museum space is also an object of cultural heritage and an object of exposition. Probably I will start with the first example, the State Hermitage showcases. You know that one of the most complicated objects for lighting are the showcases, because this is a micro world which is within a global world. A showcase in the space. If we underlight the showcase, or if there is much light from around, we won't see anything under the showcase. So we have to observe the balance of light in the showcase and the light outside the showcase, which is in our exhibition hall. In the showcases of the Hermitage, that is the golden treasury, the diamond treasury, porcelain works. These are the results of the solutions when the light in the showcase is higher than that in the hall. We can see the space of the hall, we can find ourselves, we can see objects under the showcases, and we select the general or accent light or a combination of them in the showcase. Quite often, when arranging exhibition light, you might have a painting and you have a lighting fixture, but unfortunately that doesn't always work. I think you have seen those light arcs under the painting. they distract our attention. Our eye is such that we respond to the brightest things, and these light arcs spoil the impression. Therefore, it is very important to observe the balance of accent and general lighting. In the slide, you can see photos of the exhibition, the Dreams of the Freedom, held in Tretyakov Gallery. We propose to the architects and to the customer to have the following solution. In order to combine the interesting architecture of the exhibition and additionally to solve the problem with light on the exhibits, we propose to use a combination of regular lighting of the walls, vertical lighting, plus additional lighting of the exhibits. But totally, the number of luxes was equal or lower than the normed indicators. What does it give to us? First, we don't have any large areas. We distinguish the exhibits. There are no rare shadows, and there is one interesting feature that is the light of the background. The color of the background, it might be gray, dark, or white, and depending on the background, our perception changes. Therefore, when we organize exhibition, we always work in close cooperation with light engineering, design, architect, and customer in order to select the optimum solution, color solution and light solution and architectural solution for each object. You can see the results. So there are no light arcs. So the space is filled with light. And in my opinion, and the visitors also say that they are quite content, satisfied with light. Another complicated task is as follows. The exhibition spaces might be small. You want to show as much exhibits, as many exhibits as possible. The history of the exhibition presupposes its own internal contents. Thus, at a small exhibition in a small space, you might demonstrate a lot of objects with different light sensitivity. Here you can see the photos from the exhibition. The East is a delicate thing that was held at the Restoration Center of Grabar. Stone, ceramics, they require different levels of lighting, as you understand. When you come into the hall, you see in one place 300 lux, in another place 50 luxes. You will see the object under 300, under 50 luxes. You won't see anything. You have to solve the problem. But if we have 50 for ceramics, we'll lose ceramics, and the exhibition will be not interesting in terms of the possibilities of examining the exhibits. What we decided to do in the norms and standards, there is an interesting item, a new parameter which previously didn't exist in museum lighting. That is light exposure. Annual light exposure allows us to exceed slightly the norms of lighting when we know how much time the object will be exhibited within the year. We counted the time, we counted the light exposure. We have increased slightly the lighting for on stone and reduced it on ceramics. So the brightness became the same, and we're proud with our exhibits.
Frescoes, sculptures. Now, these are probably among the most difficult exhibits. It's very difficult to make calculations concerning those, and it's very difficult to create computer modeling. And with sculpture, it's very difficult. Because the glint and the glare are very important, and the incidence angles are very important here. I think many of you are familiar with Golubkina's work. She used to work with different materials, plaster and marble and bronze. And all these materials react with light in different ways. And it's important to find approach to each and every material in order to emphasize this special features of the artifact. But we are in a museum, let's not forget it. And the exhibition was in Samara, in the Museum of Art Nouveau. And the museum itself was a work of art, and we wanted to keep them open for admiration. So we really had to find balance between the illumination of artifacts, space, and with all of that, we come across the same problem. The brightness is different in our field of vision, and we react only to the brightest areas. Now, well, of course, we could follow the same approach with dark and light, no matter how much you increase the intensity of illumination of the dark, it's still going to be dark. But in order to attract our visitors to the dark exhibits, we decided we would have, for example, beautiful shades. And here you can see dark and light. And you always pay attention, first of all, to the light item. Although there is an element that works on contrast. The Museum of Contemporary Art, that's an interesting topic. Here you will find metal and glass and different other materials we work with. Apart from that, then there is natural light, as we said, and natural light differs with time. But how can we ensure that the artifacts are still visible, no matter what the natural light is, particularly at the windows? Choose the right color temperature. That is the solution. So, because during the day, we see the artifacts in a different way as compared to the nighttime. But we're able to resolve the problem if we work on this idea of the changing perception during the day. But there is one main problem here. It's the budget, money. We come across this problem all the time and everywhere. A gallery, an exhibition hall. What can they do? What should they do under these circumstances? When there is a wish of the owners, when there are norms, when the curators express their wish, and so there is a lot of limiting factors. As for the number of light fixtures, they're limited in number, and money is also limited. So what can we do? We can use different accessories with different light fixtures for different light spots. And with limited equipment, we can get very different light effects, even in one and the same space. And drawing some conclusions, let me draw your attention to the following. It's important not only to think about the norms and follow them, but it's also very important to understand how we perceive the space and the fields of brightness within our field of vision. So as to be able to control the situation in order to get positive response, positive feedback from our visitors. So at the stage of design work, we need to work on the general idea, the idea that we would like to work on together with the designer, together with the customer, with the contractor. So this idea is in the basis of the work we're going to carry out. Then at the stage of design work, we select specific equipment which is necessary for the carrying out of the idea, equipment that will help us. with that. And well, at the design stage, as I said, it is not always possible to consider all the details. So the final stage is the setting of the light fixtures and the testing. So in this case, the result, the positive result can be guaranteed. Tochka opory has all the necessary skills and competences to carry out this work. And interesting challenges are important for us. We'll like to overcome those, so we develop our production capacities, and we provide training, and we provide lots of different services useful in the present-day life. Thank you. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer your questions now. Are there any questions? Yes, you're welcome. No, let me correct you. Exposition has always been there, and it's not there at all in order to increase the brightness of light. The exposure is always there, and the exposure is always there. And as for the illumination, is a very different thing. I think you are very adventurous in this particular sense, and I don't think it is right, because there has been no proper study carried out of that. Nobody knows how your exhibits are going to behave, so to speak, with a high level of illumination. Thank you. Yeah, allow me to comment on that. So I did not speak about a considerable increase of illumination, limited increase with low light exposure. So if we take the whole range, we worked with right in the center, very narrow. Yes. To continue. Here is my question. And when the illumination norms are overcome, how do you regulate exposure? How do you, what is the exposure time? Do you have a journal for the exhibition? Who controls that? Who makes sure that all the norms are being followed? Well, of course, every exhibit. So there are all the artifacts come from certain museums. There are curators, and there is a proper understanding of how much time this or that exhibit has spent in the light field. And the calculation norms are carefully described. My question is to the manufacturers. Should we have a device, an indicator that we could have next to the painting to accumulate the exposure for us to be able to see how much we have over a year, for example, over a month? But there are permanent expositions. Yeah. There are some who are there in place over a year, but then there are others who are there for a very short period of time. Then well, we should not forget the natural illumination of the exposition. So it's difficult to control that. And in this case, the question is quite logical, and I hope that Ekaterina remembers that, is focused on that. And this is not going to lead to any losses. But I would like to say a few words in connection with something different. The elimination of sculptural compositions, that's a very difficult issue, because here serious distortions might occur because of the projections that emerge. And moreover, any a projection on the wall gives us two sculptures. One is the real sculpture, the other one is the projection on the wall, and this is far from being attractive. This distracts attention from the sculpture, and it's a mauvais ton. So we should be very careful about that, and in this case, it's better to use dark backgrounds in order to get rid of that effect. Allow me to object when the shade is on the floor from several light fixtures, then you are right. But if we have a very clear-cut shade, then we can have a more interesting scenography. If it is permissible and agreed upon with the curator, you have when you have a second sculpture on the wall, you create an object that attracts attention and distracting attention from the real sculpture, from the real material. So on the wall, you will have a contour, while the relief will be that of the sculpture itself. So you must be very careful about that. This problem does exist. It exists in architectural lighting and illumination with monuments. And the architects work on that and trying to resolve this particular issue. Shepetkov's textbook is dedicated to that. You will find provisions concerning that particular problem. And we've come across this many times, starting with 1993. So just take notice of that. Yes, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Ekaterina. Allow me to invite Helena Prokhanova, Head of the Department of Scientific and Methodology Work and Exposition Activities of the Grabar Center in Moscow. The work of restorers is very often not noticed in the contrast of exhibitions, beautifully organized exhibitions, the names of the painters, and the restoration workshops and studios are very often at the periphery of the activity, although restorers are those people who are carrying out one of the main functions in the museum. They help to preserve the historical and cultural heritage. And so light for them is as important as many other tools. And using the example of Grabar Center, I would like to look at the problems we come across and at the possible solutions. The Grabar restoration workshops are in the building that is the monument of cultural heritage of regional importance. The building is adjusted for the needs of restorers, and in 2014 we were able to get this building with all the necessary engineering systems, air conditioning and ventilation, everything that is needed for the work, except for one thing, except for the lighting. Now, we can take the 4 categories of the premises with us: restoration workshops, storage premises, exhibition halls, and administrative space. So the exhibits get to there, and then I'll go back to the museum. In storage, we use LEDs, and there is just the ceiling lighting. And these premises are within the building, so there's no natural light there. So when 100 years ago, architect Kuznetsov designed the building for the building of a hydro aircraft, nobody could assume that 100 years later there would be restoration workshops there. So as a result, we have a building with rather interesting architecture. So some of the premises, some of the rooms are at the periphery, along the perimeter, but others are within the building itself. So those rooms that are along the perimeter have artificial lighting and natural lighting. But we must say that all this has changed over the recent period of time, because the building is in the urban area now. And when the building of the investigatory committee was put up next to us, the amount of natural light was reduced. But as for artificial light, there is localized and general. For the general lighting, when the building was reopened after the repair works, for some reason, there were halogen lamps on the ceiling installed, which distorted light, and there was a very high pulsation rate. Now all these are being replaced now by LEDs with 6,000 Kelvin light temperature. And here is the restoration workshops for oil paintings. You can see we have the general lighting on the ceiling, and the restorer is there with local light fixtures, and you can see it's local lighting, local illumination. So we have 12 fields of restoration work, and it's rather difficult to have a general system, a common system that would work everywhere. It's very similar to the Hermitage Museum in this sense. We work with different materials, with different techniques, and different methods of work are involved. And so we as a workshop began to build our light environment depending on the needs. And so we came across the following problem. There is practically no special restoration equipment, either at the market here or abroad. And in the restoration workshop for oil paintings, so for some processes, not all of them, but for some processes, we began to use LED panels, which of Yangnao, Chinese company, used by photographers for illumination. So it's a light panel, and the restorer chooses the necessary size, and there are sort of curtains on the panel, and which make it possible to control the flow. And the local illumination, the restorers of ceramics, of bone, they work with very small items. It's almost microscopic work. So they need the source of light to be over the head of the restorer.
Since the restorers are quite inquisitive, at some exhibition of stomatological equipment, there was a table of the stomatology technicians and ceramics workshop and carved bone. They use the table of stomatologists. There's a halogen lamp ostrom, cold white light. You can also tone under the light, and you can also conduct some other processes. It should be said that this table has been used for more than 10 years. According to the restorers, they are quite satisfied with it. They also use localized lighting when the process of opening passes, that is the Department of Tempera paintings and oil painting in size microscopes. There is a local lighting, or they buy such diode lighting fixtures with a bendable post, and they can observe local fragments with which they are working. Speaking about the workshops inside the building, they have only artificial lighting. Natural daylight practically does not get there. And you can even see that the windows are closed because when the light comes, it is not regulated. And they decided that they would better do without daylight. And there is a very interesting situation for the restorers of the cloths and textiles. It appeared the first they cannot use the lighting fixtures with cold light. That is the only workshop where dyed, one-toned dyed lighting fixtures they use. These are common bulbs used at households. There is shading, and you can change the inclination angle depending on with what you work. And the furniture workshop, because the objects with which they work is constantly being moved. You have to overturn the furniture. You should have the access to different parts. The restorers have prepared lighting fixtures for them that are above the workplace. They are suspended. They use other halogen lamps because, as a rule, the tunings are not done. Or now they mount LED lighting fixtures and localized equipment, the equipment for localized lighting, different magnifying glasses, light tables that are also used in the restoration process. So all the restorers have the problem because there is no special equipment, and the devices that are offered to us by Master Nova, which the Russian Museum is praising highly, but we have tried 4 lamps and they were not suitable for us. The problem is that probably for different types of workshops, you need different structures. You have to calculate the functionality of the restorers and how that will work. Unfortunately, we were not satisfied with this option. And to conclude, in addition to conducting the restoration work, we also organize exhibitions. The exhibitions are organized on a constant basis. The exhibition change once or twice a year. So after consultancy with Ekaterina from Tochka Pora, we have made a network of bus bar on the ceiling. When we change the exposition, when we change the exhibits and the exposition equipment, by that bus bars, you might each time organize a new lighting. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? You are welcome. Elena Ivanovna, can you tell me, I would like to clarify, halogen lamps or metal halogen lamps? Common pipes, or common tubes. Metal halogen lamps also have a burners, which is in the general bulb, and halogen lamps is a lamp, a halogen lamp. So there is a spiral, yes. Now we try not to use them because there is a high coefficient. They are good, but when you switch on the lamps, the restorer won't be able to work. It seems rather strange because the halogen incandescent lamp is an immersion source that is a heat inertia source that differs from usual incandescent lamp because there are iodide vapors which create that halogen cycle, increasing the service life of the spiral, and thus we can increase the power and the light flux. As to the inertia source, the pulsation index should not be high. Probably you have some problem with the network or with the power supply source. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So we have finished the plenary part of the session. Now we're going to have lunch, and at 3 we'll start the session of the Scientific Technical Council in the same place. So now we have a lunch break. After the break, we'll have 2 hours, 2 hours, 20 minutes. The session will last, so get ready for it. And one more announcement, if you're taking part in the guided tour the day after tomorrow, the Meshikov Palace, and the buses will start from Miliona 27. If you want to have a common picture, we can take it before lunch. So how would we stand here?
Так, коллеги, мы начинаем. Пожалуйста, рассаживайтесь.
We're starting. Please take your seats. And I invite Viktor Borisovich Dorokhov, who is head of climate laboratory at the museum. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My paper will be dealing with issues of rulemaking and its association with practical issues related to the preservation of cultural values. Much has been said about how to show, and not so much has been said as to how to preserve. So I'm going to focus. At the beginning of my presentation, I would like to express the gratitude to the Department of Museums of Cultures, as well as specialists and managers of NISI for the initiative on developing the regulatory documents that was proposed 5 years ago in 2017. The working group on creation of the standards set up in July 2017 included specialists of the leading restoration organizations, museums. They have developed and created the norms. The experts from NISI GosNIIR Restoration in 2018 performed a state contract on the theme analyzing of topical studies and regulatory documents for development of the standard for museum lighting. I would like to stress for museum lighting, without detailizing what is the basis of that lighting. In the process of fulfilling the contract, in addition to the review of regulatory documents, the Russian national and international, some practical studies were conducted. We developed the questionnaire circulated to the museum institutions of Russia concerning lighting and microclimate. related to the fact that affect the preservation, as well as the needs for regulatory documents on different aspects of preservation. The poll covered more than 150 regional and federal museums. Unfortunately, not all of them responded, but mostly responded. The analysis on data processing is given in the report on the state contract. The experts of NISI also took measurements of light characteristics at 5 large museums of Russia. The final and the intermediate results were discussed at intersection lighting museums, as well as the sessions of the academic councils of NISI and GosNIIR. I think NISI also discussed it. As a result of this work, the experts from NISI in 2020 issued 2 GOS and 2 preliminary standards. They are represented in the following slides. That preliminary standard was preceded by GOST on measurement of devices and checking methodology of 2001. So these were 2 documents that were issued. In my presentation, I want to divide these standards under 2 groups: engineering standards and museum standards. They cover both problems, but I would like to emphasize on these standards in this way. Until that, the work on rulemaking prior to issuing of the standards on museum lighting, that work was quite rational and efficient. I would like to provide my opinion that these regulatory documents solved only a part of tasks formulated in 2017, and the part which the developers of light engineering equipment need, and partly a specialist on organization of the exposition process. In my view, this is part of the problem. I won't say that this is the main one, but it is important and needed. Probably no less important is the problem of preservation of the objects which were lighting. And in these standards, this aspect is reflected in a certain debatable way. But formulating my viewpoints, it is not reflected fully, or sometimes even erroneously. I think that this is due to the fact that there are some organizational issues. The standard was prepared by the specialists on light engineering so the final wording was provided by the lighting engineers and museum workers. That was summertime when that draft standard was developed. Some of them, some museum workers provided certain remarks, and others had no time to do it because of summer. At this event, there is a certain bias towards engineers and production workers. There are some managers. I think one lady who is a manager of the curator service. As to the experts they are dealing with museum objects preservation, they didn't make any presentation so far. In St. Petersburg, the climatology service of the State Hermitage in the Russian Museum is not represented, that are most important among the museum climatologists. As to the development of the rulemaking related to the problem of museum lighting, we have to understand what is the status and what should be done further for resolving this problem. The section lighting of the Museum of the Scientific and Technical Council of the NGO Svetotekhnika should be the initiators and controllers of the studies on museum lighting. And it is not quite clear whether this process should involve the Technical Council on norm setting and scientific regulation of the work at the objects of cultural heritage, or the Technical Committee 082 Cultural Heritage should be involved in it under Rosstandard. I don't know the answer to this question. One of the heads of Rosstandard made his presentation here, but that question was not covered. Now, as to the history of rulemaking, at the session of the section lighting a museum in September 2018, a decision was taken on development of the terminological vocabulary on museum lighting as a means of communication, mutual understanding between museum curators, light designers, and manufacturers of the lighting systems. How has it been done? Has it been done in the regulatory documents that were issued? GosNIIR, museum lighting, terms and definitions.
So some of the terms sort of disagree with the traditional museum definition of terms. I cannot speak about these in detail, but terminology issues very often lead to discussions. But had this been discussed by the museums in a more detailed way, I'm quite sure that these discrepancies could be removed. Light engineering terminology is presented in a rather good volume, but excessive for the climatologists and curators of the museum, organizers of expositions and exhibition curators. I said the applicability of all the engineering terms in museum practice is not that obvious. It is interesting for the museum staff, for their overall level, but for the practical work, it's hardly needed. It's excessive. No. Important that the values accepted should be either measurable by available instruments, or there must be also a possibility of calculating those on the basis of the data provided by instruments. It's not an easy matter at all, and it doesn't have to do that much with those who draft the standard. They just represent or present what they hear. For the museum specialists, accessibility and measurability, that's something very important for the everyday work. No. I need to say that if we take other issues of museum climate, let me say that in 2012-2020, I had several requests to get my opinion, and from the museums which had audit carried out by different prosecutors, officials, and well, in connection with the improper climate in the repositories, let's say. Now, today they control humidity, tomorrow they control illumination and so on. So measurability and accessibility depend on funding. the number of competent specialists who work on that. These two factors are not that typical for every single museum. In the regions, for example, at the level of the regional culture administration, for larger museums, there must be specialists and professionals of their own working there. Under the political circumstances of today, Russian-made equipment for the museums is something like that is carried out by the Tochka, and its director Tomsky will speak today. Now, it seems to me that the recommendations concerning the methods of work are also mentioned, and they're very much needed for the application of the engineering values. This needs to be a sort of a sub-act, sub-norm. The GOS, the standard, is a law in this sense. No, this was reflected in the preliminary work carried out on the standards, work commissioned by the Ministry for Culture, and in the protocol of GosNIIR. And this was defining the further development of the contracts concerning 2018. And a certain program of scientific and engineering work was adopted. Now, in 2020, preliminary standards for museum light were issued and published. Illumination with LEDs on the basis of foreign and domestic experience. At the formal level, it is not clear for me why this particular title, the norms, is associated just with LEDs. They analyze different documents with different sources of light. Any source of light is an instrument for the illumination of artifacts in the museum, providing for the proper demonstration and protection of the artifacts. I do understand that LEDs, because of their possibility to control the color temperature, cutting out of the damaging frequencies, are most promising. But we should also understand that this particular instrument can hardly be employed everywhere. Is an example that I think I have already mentioned earlier. About 5 years ago, on the issues of climate, I was in a big regional museum reserve, and I noticed that the church vestments of the 17th century were flooded with light. And I asked the curator, what's all that about? Because you have the measuring instruments. And he said, yes, sometimes we reduce the intensity of light, but when the director comes with the visitors, he wants us to have full light, saying that LEDs are absolutely harmless. That is the fact that we can come across in some of the museums. As for the color resilience of artifacts, particularly after restoration and the use of different materials, we should realize, of course, that the authentic piece and the piece restored many times would have different levels of light resistance and resilience. And so the Those who work in the museums are very well familiar with that. And so in different tables, you will find that there are different requirements associated with light resistance. And depending on the technologies employed for the manufacturing of the artifact. And the requirements, light requirements are different. And these different requirements should be always focused on the reduction of illumination intensity in order to preserve the artifacts. In the questionnaire, these issues concerning the norms demonstrate that the museum specialists are very much interested in the development of these norms, which first of all are orientated at the norms of illumination in order to provide for the protection and preservation of artifacts. And it's necessary to carry out the studies of the interaction of the materials of the artifacts with illumination. And this is one of the proposals of 2018. And the mixed approaches to illumination and the summary annual exposure definitely simplify this work, but with simplification, there are certain additional issues that arise. For example, the problem, we can look at table 2.5.1, and we can see the norms of illumination are applied only to the originals of the artifacts. As for the copies, there are no norms concerning those. And those who work in the museums will say that this is not an approach that should be used all over. We're talking about copies, about replicas, and not the mock-ups. For example, if we take the old manuscripts, sometimes there are exhibitions where mixed items are used, copies and replicas and originals. And this issue was raised several times today. We spoke about the differentiation in the illumination of artifacts. And that is something I wanted to add to this discussion. At the temporary exhibitions, it is allowed to have a higher level of illumination than the one in table 2. The conditions, if the annual exposure is at the normal level. But this particular clause makes it possible to provide the illumination that can lead to a short time light load that actually leads to the damage. And with all of that, those who display the items do not pay any attention to the climate without referring to the standard. Let me say a few words about the annual exposure. We need to remember that additivity, which is very important when we make calculations of the exposure. This additivity has its limits. Illumination, let's say 10 plus 5, that's 15, of course, but 50 plus 5 can be different from 55 towards a larger level. Now, so the short, bright load will not necessarily be a sum of the loads that will come later. The issues of this linearity and the impact of it on the state of the artifact should be measured using the physical and chemical methods which are applied during the restoration process. And this is also mentioned within the framework of the recommendation of methods used for the purpose. Now, that's concerning the standards and the revision of the standards. Finally, let me give you an example. Norms in a different field of museum climatology. temperature and humidity area. And let me describe the approach. A few years ago, a standard non-commercial catalog was published by commercial professional union of organizations that work in the field of ventilation, air conditioning, and so on. So the standard of this professional committee was called Museums, Heating, Ventilation, Cooling. Now, when this standard was published, the museum community thought that for the first time there was a technical document published that speaks about the improvement of the climate in museums. In the light engineering case, there were several documents which were published after 2021. And they touched upon the museum issues. Among the authors of this standard, you will find most respected professionals who work in this field of heat physics and thermal physics. And the museums displayed their interest towards the government, but were unable to find anything of great use for the museums in this document. But 2 years later, a second version was published, which evoked much more interest within the museums for a simple reason. In the standard, there is an appendix most useful for the curators and those who are responsible for the climate museum. These are recommendations for the choice of the optimal parameters of microclimate in order to provide for the conservation of collections in the museums and galleries. And it was all published by a professional, Tatiana Bolshakova, who is the head of the respective laboratories in the Hermitage. That was about 1/3 of the overall volume of the standard. And in this appendix, one could also find recommendations of the international group of the Bizova, the directors of the museum and director of the Hermitage, Mikhail Petrovsky, used to be. The work of this group, of the Bizo group, pushed forward lots of developments for the museums, including climatology. And this standard is most interesting, particularly for those who are responsible for the conservation and for the functioning of the museums. It's a different story, though. When there is something new, there is always something to discuss. But this document is definitely useful for museums. And the second version of the VOC standard brings together engineering issues and the issues the curators of the museums come across. Allow me to address now those who develop the standards, light standards, the departments, respective departments of the Ministry of Culture. Unfortunately, there is no representatives here. Let's consider the conservation aspect in the museum. When we work on the standards, these standards should comply with the interests both of the development of the light engineering and conservation. Thank you for your attention. So, for allowing me to speak on behalf of GosNIIR Restauration. Now, are there questions to the speaker? No questions. I would just like to say that conditioning and ventilation, that's a different sphere. Yeah, it's a topic for a different conference. Indeed, there is also a lot of questions there. Global trends are such that humidity needs to go down. There are new norms concerning that, but that's for a different conference. I wouldn't discuss that now. Right. Now, Doctor of Technical Science, Konstantin Tomsky, Director General of Scientific and Technical Engineering. Yes, I really would like to discuss that, concerning climate. My presentation is entitled Control Systems for Microclimate and Light. Museum climatology is associated with light and microclimate, and I'm going to refer to Gary Thompson, who says for the museum climate, lighting is even more important than humidity and temperature. So I decided to entitle my project Control Systems and Management of Lighting and Microclimate, although we could limit the title to microclimate. Now, the advantages are quite well known, the advantages that are provided by the monitoring. And here is a scheme that is applied in the Russian museum, which has been there for over 10 years. The Handel company developed it, and it manufactures and developed the systems and manufactures the monitoring systems, which work quite successfully. Several years ago, we were able to say that certain devices that we are making so this company
Handel produces rather interesting and renewable sensors, and as you see, there is a sensor of illumination. So what are the advantages of monitoring? They are quite obvious. Not in terms of importance, probably, but in terms of removing certain individual errors. There should be a possibility of considering and conducting further analysis of the behavior of different parameters of microclimate during 1 week, 24 hours a month. That depends on how we consider it. Another example, another advantage is that there will be no random interpretation of the results that might sometimes happen. For instance, a person would take measurements and he would decide that certain results are anomalous. What is another advantage of the monitoring? For instance, as for the exposure, of course, the sensors that are installed, the sensors of illumination, or the sensors of temperature and humidity. Of course, the exposure is not as important, but in our case, in visible and UV range, it is important to follow the exposure, though that doesn't relieve us of the possibility to exceed certain values of energy illumination that are involved in the rules. Not because they shouldn't be changed, but no one has checked it. By Wider-Fechner law is hypothetic. Actually, we don't know what would happen after these values are exceeded. And our company decided to follow the global trends and to prepare wireless, to manufacture wireless sensors or other systems. What is the difference of these sensors? We have taken into account the errors that our predecessors have made, including Handel company. We have a certain advantage. For instance, the system of fastening is more adequate, and our sensors would operate longer. But the main advantage is that we specialize, we have specialized for many dozens of years in the development of photometric devices. And we guarantee the quality of our sensors that are installed into devices. That goes without saying. In this slide, you can see our sensors. Climatic sensors, climate sensors have been subject to the state registration, and we have started batch production. 5 years ago, they're installed as standalone sensors, in the museums, and the manufacturing companies also get involved in the process. For instance, railway has tested our sensors. Now they are using them in their combined network. These are the sensors which we call registrators or recorders as separate elements, but further they will be connected into certain networks and grids. We also face the following situation. So these are repeaters or translators. For instance, there is a layout of the building of the Academy of the Library of the Academy of Sciences. This work was important and interesting for us. There are 3 stories. The wall thickness is over 1 meter. So these are the tasks that are not solved by many people, but we decided to solve it because we are interested, and they didn't allow us to make wireless communication. That was wired communication. That was wireless communication. There was a problem of transferring the information from the server room that is commonly close to the laboratory that was tracking the results. That was a very interesting project. We are constantly improving it and adding something to it. As for the implementation, that was quite important for us. This slide shows how the arrangement of the elements looks. It is also highly important if everything is clear with climate elements, where to mount them. As to the optic loggers or recorders, as we call them, the situation is more complicated. And we need to conduct a certain work. I don't say that these are R&D operations, but the working practice should be such that we would develop recommendations. Just imagine a certain museum room where the sensor was mounted. So this is Mona Lisa or some other important exhibits. And should we put the sensor there on the window? We're not interfering with the process. We're asking the experts where to install the sensors. Probably it would be reasonable for us to work on the algorithm that would allow helping the museum climatologists to arrange these loggers. They might be manufactured in different forms. There is a logger that is here in the middle. It has no display. You can mount it in any place, and the results will be transferred to the lab and will be taken at the lab. That is not a novelty. Everyone understands that the operators will analyze how the indications are changing, how the parameters are changing. There are loggers with a display. So what is the difference? What are the advantages, disadvantages? A small logger can be mounted in any place. It wouldn't be seen and wouldn't spoil the beauty. Another advantage is that less energy is consumed. It would be always desirable for the loggers to operate as long as possible. Our today's operation shows that, unfortunately, without recharging, the loggers would not be operating. That is, recharging of the storage batteries, and it would be better not to remove or to touch them at all. A logger or a registrator with a display is more convenient because it is not necessary to go to the laboratory. You might come up and have live control of the device. Oh, I would like to draw your attention to the repeaters or the translators. This repeater that is translating some information at large distances. The task was to make the repeater as energy independent as possible, so that the entire volume of that box would be a powerful storage cell, and they should operate for at least half a year, though sometimes that cell also operates for the whole year. Another interesting work at the museum of Koskova. The buildings are at a distance of 1.5 kilometers or 1 kilometer. And using the repeaters, we could make connections in the project. In the slide, you can see the calibrator. I would like to advertise it, my apologies, because in each museum there is a great number of humidity sensors. And once it might become a problem, you have to calibrate or to check them. And that is not only spending the funds, but for a certain time you leave the premises without control. We have specially developed this humidity calibrator that is being certified. And this calibrator, 6, 7, or 8 humidity sensors might be installed into this calibrator, thermohygrometers, which might be installed at the institute. That is a small box, it is not heavy. And at the museum, the experts might conduct this calibration without moving anywhere. And a certificate on calibration will be issued. In our monitoring system, we are also planning to connect the executive mechanisms for the changing climatic parameters. And optical sensors are also there. As to the controller, we're working together with a major company from St. Petersburg, and it is good that we had such a problem, though we had our own controllers that can control the lighting system and the system of microclimate. Just a few words about certain devices. I have mentioned that in our sensors, we have UF sensitive element. We're manufacturing such radio decay, PKM, it is certified, and we can measure ultraviolet light. Just a few words about the devices in general. I'd like to say a few words about related to the previous presentation by Viktor Borisovich. The device was developed together, and his, so to say, godfather was Nikolai Andreevich Printsev. We were doing it together with the center at the Institute of Restoration, and with Lyudmila Ivana Dushkina. Together we were creating this device. 25 years ago at Munich, I made my presentation, and I said what devices we should have. And other people were just smiling when I made my presentation. But in 5 or 6 years, they also manufactured such devices because they thought that it would be impossible to measure the lighting and climatic parameters together, but it appeared that it can be done together. They can be measured together. Another important parameter is brightness. We're speaking about the brightness and distributed brightness. We have this brightness meter. You just press one button and you will measure the brightness of the points that you need. Why it is called Tochka Kino, but the first customers were people working in with the films, cinema men. It was important for them to determine the brightness on the screen. It is easier to measure lighting. They had some posts and they were moving along the screen, and they found the value of illumination and transferred it to brightness. Now they are actually using that tool. It seems to me that it should also be applied at the museum. We just need enthusiastic people. I have discussed this center at NIIR restoration. There were people who were quite enthusiastic. For instance, Lyudmila Dushkina, I don't know whether she is alive or not. If she was at the head of this center now, I'm not sure that the participation in the development of the standards would be reduced at GosNIIR. I believe that she would be participating actively and would get the information, and no remarks will follow afterwards. Another wonderful device that I would like to show for measuring characteristics, we have already been using and demonstrating the device. The only difference is that now it is subject to certification tests, and probably in the middle of the year, it will be produced as a measurement device and will be calibrated. There is a great number of the characteristics in that device, and it provides a rather good visualization. In any case, the device is quite convenient with the intuitive interface recording on different carriers and transmission, wireless transmission of the material. Do you have any time left? I would like to show a short video trailer, if I have time. How long is your trailer? 1.5 minutes. Yes, of course, you can do it. Bright device, Tochka Kino, is meant for measurement of the brightness of remote object that can be used in case of sanitary investigation of the rooms, determination of the level of brightness of the screen. It is produced in a portable means. It has one functional block. On the face of there is an indication and control buttons in built a laser for determining the trend of measurements. Makes it easy to work with the device in dark rooms. Measurement of brightness can be done within a broad range. It has a long-term service and a powerful storage. It is produced with state calibration. It is among the recommended measurement devices in the Russian Federation. It is easy to control at all stages of operation. Light radiation of the measured object is projected to the photo-receiving device, comprising silicon light diode and light filter. Tochka provides brightness meters for Tochka Kino for the spheres where we have to use a measuring device for good perception visualization. It is recommended for measuring brightness of the advertising posts, screens, on transport as well as emergency services. That is a modern methodological portable brightness meter. You can learn more on our site. It is intended for assessing the light, measuring parameters, constant sources of visible light when measuring optical parameters of displays, monitors, light flows, as well as other point sources, LED and lamps. The radiometer is a single block and has sensor display with a clear interface. Optical scheme of the device is based on diffraction lattice that forms a spectra that is recorded by light LED. There is a laser beam indicator. A spectroradiometric spectrum is characterized by precise calibration and cosinus correction. It can measure the parameters of the light source in the visible range of the spectrum. The user can also have single measurements. A spectroradiometer is calibrated by the manufacturer and has a lot of initial conditions for measuring in the menu. You can assess the level of falling radiation without reaction of the sheet. A spectroradiometer is light and has an ergonomic design. Measurement results in the graphic form can be seen not only on display, but also on the computer using special software. It will make it possible to calculate light transition, color transmission, to determine chromaticity, and to conduct the analysis of the measured object and print out the data. Spectroradiometric spectra is manufactured in compliance with quality standards and has a manufacturer's guarantee. The rights are protected by the patent. The action principle of spectroradiometry is based on measurements of spectral ranges of energy brightness and illumination of the permanent source with processing of the results by microprocessing. In case of illumination, the lens uses a cosinus attachment. Due to the selection of data, we could minimize the user's menu and to simplify the use of the device. Using only one device, a spectrum radiometric spectrum, you can easily measure to assess the operation of light source, not only in the office or residential buildings.
On the conditions of light culture and for collective use. And so you can find details on our site. Are there questions? No? Right. Then thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Karsten Winkels, Director of Svetoproject company, VL Group. VL Group. Добрый день, коллеги.
If you have questions, I will answer in Russian. No problem. Museum is not about lighting design. It could be so easy, so simple. The museum management approaches architects, exhibition designers, and lighting planners with a clear criteria idea of a new building or the conservation. The team creates a concept which is an element, which each element support each other. But we all know the practice is much more complex. The practice of museum planning is characterized by an enormous range between opposite poles. from the meditative white cube to the modern art to hands-on museum to natural science and technologies filled with happy children's screens. Here the noble painting for antiquity gallery looking back to centuries of tradition, and there the Triumvirate, a new building as a vehicle of city and regional marketing. Which audience is the exhibition aimed at? The cultural interest art level, our generation's selfie, ili families with their children. Today's museums are places where you can meet your friends, your family, spend a nice afternoon with a visit on cafe. Museum shops and the art itself is not longer so central. It's perceived rather casual. In between the curators, who would not longer be able to fulfill their task as guardians of the culture's treasures, would they not offer a popular, spectacular stage special show for cross-financing once or twice a year? And last but not least, lighting planners, architects, who are often confronted with surprising conceptual turnovers, long project periods. Technology advances rapidly. The more lengthy the project, the greater the risk that the specified lighting technology will already be outstandard at the time it is installed, because the technology is wanting a rapid pace. Examples for planning periods. Here, the general staff of Hermitage. The design began in 2002. The opening was of the competition of the reconstruction was in 2014. The building of the Svetotekhnika gallery begins in design in 2007, should be finished in 2022, not open yet. The military roof building, the new building for the Moscow Kremlin Museum, started 2015, but not opened yet. The second stage of the Museum of Cosmonautic in Kaluga starts in 2013 and was opened in 2021. They are the fastest. Museumsquarter of Pushkin State Museum Fine Arts started in 2008, expected in 2022. That's a pity for us. In the last 10 years, there was a fundamental change in technology in museums lighting. Away from the luminescence and halogen metal lighting towards LED technology. Whether it's a replacement of existing luminaires or the redesign of lighting systems, LED technology is the first choice today. But there is also a rapid development within the LED technology. Higher and higher lumen watt output go hand in hand with better and better CRI values, which today are moderately above CRI 90 for museums lighting, but also reached already 98 CRI. And now appears last 5 years, last 4 years, unique lighting technology called tunable white lighting. I call this from the circadian lighting to the tunable white lighting. Circadian lighting is based on a biological circadian rhythms of human beings. The circadian rhythms was first described by the biologist Franz Hallberg in 1959 and described the biological adaptation of life forms that are orientated to the course of the sun and therefore have a 24 hours rhythm. With circadian lighting, adjusted lighting, the color temperature, the brightness, and the light changes dynamically throughout the day, adapted to the light which is normally emitted by the sun. In this way, attempts are made to simulate the solar rhythm independently of the weather and the season, and so realized even within closed buildings. In 2017-2018, a study was conducted in the topic under the title Human-Centric Lighting at the CBRD in Amsterdam, a real STC company. And a total of more than 120,000 data sets of 124 employees were collected. The result of the work work accurately improved by 12%, all over work performance improved by 18%, 76% of the employees said they felt happier and felt healthier. Tunable white is considered the state of the art in hospitals, in offices, in schools, and many other lighting tasks today. In the last 5 years, I think 4 years, it's still a new topic in urban lighting. In some countries, the LED street lighting of the first generation with 4,000 Kelvin are now converted to tunable white technology and operated in time-controlled manner in different light colors and brightness. And I could say in Germany, we have had some tenders last year from cities, and they special asked for this special lighting systems. In the end, tunable white reached museum lighting. Here in the picture, you see photos taken from our showroom. Within the last 5 years, discussed the tunable light. We tried to do it also and adapted the color mode to the pictures. Material colors, sculptures. In this way, different ranges can be eliminated in the pictures with different light colors. The aim is to faithfully reflect the interior color spectrum of an image as faithful as possible. A Rembrandt painted by candlelight. The landscape we see here, Golden Autumn by Isaac Levitan, is a great outdoor under changing natural colors conditions. All these lighting modes can be achieved today thanks to modern LED technology and corresponding control technology. It is the aim to give the visitors a new form of unprecedented perception of an image, or to ask the visitors to determine their own lighting mood for an image. From the psychological perception research, we know that not two people see a color the same. So everyone creates his own color in his brain itself. This we try to analyze a little bit, and BL Group and the specialists from NIC are working on the problem of correlated color temperature influencing of oil painting perceptions. And the experiment to determine the correlated CCT provide the best subjective perceptions of oil painting at a constant illumination level. This experiment will be based on the method of expert assessments widely used in lighting engineers, involves statistic studies with practitioners of a large number of observers, both specialists and physicists who are not specialists in the field of oil painting. Some words about the critical color rendering. That's also very important for us. Today, as a lighting planner in a museum, and we have seen here now, we should not only work with calibrated lux meters. But we also need spectrophotometers, and we do this. We are working since years with photospectrometers. Because the spectral composition that white LEDs have, despite it, is not the same. The color temperature specification can vary greatly, and not only the effect of the relative damage factor, but also of the CCT rendering in the museum. If you see here, in the right corner, you could see all these LEDs are made for 3000 Kelvin. Yeah, but you see the difference between 2000 Kelvin and 3000 Kelvin. It's very interesting. Yeah, and also you see that the optical systems, the optics are also changing the color. Therefore, it's very difficult for a museum to create a good picture. And for us in the lighting, it's very interesting because we could do specification, we could do tenders, but in the end, we have to go in the museum, and then we could decide what kind of fixtures should be in the museum. Yeah, and for lighting is used. Yeah. In the end, it remains a dilemma that every type of lighting is a burden for the exhibition. But on the other hand, no presentation without light. However, the central tool of LED lighting, daylighting technologies, network control, allow compromise on the level that was different to we couldn't imagine 10 years ago. But not only the lighting technology is changing. Also it's changing, just the museum's scenography is changing. Today, the scenography of museums is increasingly characterized by the use of electronic media, from digital displays and screens of all formats to interactive projections. All this LED sources, scenography, electronic lighting control systems are digitizing the lighting planner box tool. Yeah, and it's good to have. Yeah, lighting planners are happy about to create a scope with process. Museums managers are hoping to falling operate costs, and in order to relieve their number of budgets, are also always too tight. Conservators, on the other hand, who are responsible for preservation, the often irregular cultural assessments are professionally skeptical. At the height of the LED wave in 2013, there was a warning cry went around the world: LED light destroyed work of art. In retrospect, it turned out to be exaggeration. There is now a broader consensus that light from modern warm-toned LEDs doesn't damage to the exhibits than conventional lighting sources, such as halogen or fluorescence. In May 2003, there was opening ceremony of the extension building of the Lenbach House in Munich, which was built by Forster and Partners architects in London and lighting planner Bamberg LEC from Germany. Sorry. Yeah. The Lenberg House in Munich is lighted by 170,000 LEDs, by 5 types of LEDs from 3,000 to 6,000 kelvin. 100 lighting colors are pre-programmed by the engineers of Bamberg. The work of the Blue Rider, Vasily Kandinsky, or Joseph Beuys are thus tactfully illuminated. Yeah. And it was a really good decision. Here in the early phase of the work, Foster Partners and the lighting planners were working together. We see here the shimmer of the sheds. You know, the sheds are orientated to the north. They have no direct light. Yeah, they have a special cut to bring as much sunlight, as much daylight into the rooms. And also you could see maybe the red spots supported by artificial lighting, LED lighting, where you correct the colors and you correct the brightness. Another example is from the office Lichtkunst Licht, Andreas Schulz, one of the lighting planners in Germany, which is focused to museums lighting. And he told me, and he told us, for us, it's a pity we have a dilemma in our job for museums lighting. In the fact that curators or exhibition organizers are not usually present in the architectural planning phase of a museum. That means for us that we have often to supply lighting that brings with it this extremely flexibility, armed for all possible exhibition scenarios to be. And that means also we're talking about costs. In this project, it was the Arnstrup Museum in Arnstrup. This is a small house initiated by an art association and a former artist colony in Western Pomerania. The budget for lighting was minimal. Andreas told me there was nothing in the first. Yeah. He made the idea together with the architect to receive sufficiently daylight of the best quality via the skylight opening, supported by additional artificial lighting. So the office planned to be purely daylight based without only the artificial lightings, and the decision-making process was made by numbers of attempts to implement the optical skylight opening that couples in much of daylight as efficiently as possible. And Andreas told me they have built really hundreds of models to create, and they've played only with the computers. But the opening, they work together, and they bring now a maximum. On sunlight, daylight, in the best quality into the rooms, but no direct lighting for the exhibits. If you look a little bit more closer to the sections, you will see how we receive this model and how it works. It works with sensor-controlled retractable sunscreens and blinds for light reduction to control the natural light in the halls. Close to the screens and blinds are invisible installed dimmable LED lighting systems, also sensor-controlled, which automatically switch on when the daylight is not sufficiently available. Let's have a look to our lighting systems here in the house, and what I have seen 3 years ago, first time here, the General Staff Building, and the lighting design was from Stephen Cannon Brooks. The main idea was also to create halls with daylight, at the same time excluding directly light, sunlight to the walls to avoid damage to the masterpiece. This hall was looking like modern interpretations of the skylight halls in the new Hermitage. And in his presentation, Stephen talked about this. In 2014, Stephen Karen Brooks held a lesson here in the Hermitage with the title, Can Architecture and Lighting Be Reunited? Yes, it can. Yes, we can. This is the job of architects and lighting designers, our daily design work. We see here now the three variants of lighting design for museums hall. All concepts are using daylight, natural lighting, which if it's necessary, is supported by artificial lighting. In the first two museums, sensor control blinds and retractable sunscreens are regulating the daylight situation. Here in our house, in the church project, General Staff Building, it's a little bit different. It's much more complicated than the previous two white boxes due to the geometry and special coloring. I mean the choice of the material concrete for the upper surfaces. In the evening, images somewhat loose for me to the daytime, and it looks like that we see here the daylight situation and the evening situation, and it looks like that here, for the reasons of financial budgets, there are not worked until the end, the concept of Stephen, because he told he wanted to use the pyramids as reflectors, and they should be illuminated from the lighting tracks to reflect the room back into the room. And the installed luminescence light lines on the cornices are too weak. For me, rather a decorative architectural lighting element that not fulfill the task to illuminate the space of the halls, which was the concept from Canon Brooks. I think the first steps here in the house have been done. Let's move forward and revise existing lighting situation. I think this important building with this exorbitant accumulation of awesome exhibitions need an upgrade. Our job. Thank you. Let's dance with the light.
Я хотел всем предложить, у нас будет в среду время, сходите посмотрите, это здесь, 4-й этаж.
Wednesday, you'll have some time on the 3rd and 4th floor. You can just look how it looks in real and how it operates. That was a rather complicated systems of calculating the corners and the angles from the ceiling. And do you remember the difference between theory and practice? Theoretically, it doesn't differ, and practically it differs entirely. Now the next speaker will be Tochka.
Here, I show you the first notice here. Also, we have a every day, but internal day went longer than 24 hours. Actually, there is a kind of difference between the location of the Earth and the It is right. I show you the relationship between rain cloud and the sun. Rain clouds located in the prismatic nucleus in the cytoplasm, and it generates superplasma nucleus, which shows the right here. HCN to the HCN. And then HCN superplasma nucleus is located in bottom area of the right. So, superplasma nucleus is connected with the retina as shown by retina is a special tissue with sacred light in the eye. And the light with the strongest white bone. The white bone white light is called light radiates all the organs and tissues such as heart, liver, pancreas, adipose cells, gastrointestinal organs, to HCM and the brain nucleus is the cluster of the brain. Here, I show you the cells, which is one and one. In 2002, my colleagues and I reported that this cell is intrinsically separate from the younger cell. That is related ideas. There are another book was using methods to get I show you the next slide that depicts spectral curve of ideas and the spectral curves of Henderson and Wilson bands. In this figure here, group line shows the curve of ideas, and then it shows that the IP algorithm is most for 8 numbers. That's greenish blue. Red dotted curve and the red dotted curves Henderson and the maps. And then actually it did show that spectral curves show that the Henderson and Wilson maps are not effective ideologies. This slide shows spectral curve of white LED. White LED is composed of two blue and three yellow LEDs. The peak wavelength of the spectral curve of blue LED is same I show you the concept of phase response curve in this slide. A phase response curve is not that particular terms, even on virus. This term is mainly used by virus. Virus is a virus to escape the current reminding of please go back to this one. A quiz response curve is a special curve depicting active state when reality is really eight shift of from this exposure, it is based on second and using peak of light the other hand. Light exposure early morning and active peak of second in this peak of morning. Here, I show you the concept. Phase response curve gives us zero people can do every time. Main response is morning dark is for our health, while night goes into foods from intensity and spectral distribution of lighting should be changed during the day and night. In fact, any company produce special from this slide, I show you writing. I show you the relationship between visual and action. Every people tend to portray observers of perceiving and red eye condition. The most popular one is clouding of eyelids. Clouding of eyelids decreases just because of low wavelength band, but the blue color. A peak sensitivity of LTC 4 into 11 is wavelength. Clouding of eyelids, this is deteriorating rate of the mind. This part means that other people are tend to our big country writing like that. Actually, two other local diseases related to education. First one, breast file here is difficult steam microphone. So we are that's it on the very because it's difficult to see small and the last one is very similar age-related can be used severe to increasing year by year. In this slide, I show you the mid-year and second. In nothing moves, in which second and writing elderly people who suffer from dementia show increased total life. Data is shown. Increased index of depression is shown. And the candidate right. Actually, second and writing is a very good for the people. I described 3 tips of second and writing. Bookish lines when around 4 feet language should be enriched in the function, but at least evening and night. The elderly people need more bookish lines than they have. Elderly people need more bookish lines to compensate for decreased transmittance. However, exposure to enriched bluish light, evening, and night deteriorate quality. From this slide, I show you my students. I show you migraine headache and human-centered writing. Migraine is the top and the output is eight exposure that occurs in 3 times and many and rare. Migraine affects approximately 80% of women and 6% of men in the United States. Happy Alexey has been revealed to mediate migraine attack. I'm interested in here. I think I will see it connected with Alexandrov in the France. Next step. By signal, transmitted to spinal photogeneal influence. And then actually signals, guidance, brain action, direction of brain action, stimulate, come out to the general nerve, and that causes headache. This finding reveals that for bluish horror, corresponding with 480 nanometer, it is migraine. This photo is an ideal group for migraine. This group is supervised by medical doctor. He suggested that groups reduce bluish color light waves and avoid the direct light and use that light. Use a wallpaper. Conclusion. Discovery of enable us to develop the human technology. Second, behavior. IPRCC engage vibrant. It is huge component of light, which stimulates IPRCC's vibrant. Avoid a direct light, rather use a direct lighting. This is a wallpaper, light reflection, reflectors of which to grow. Спасибо, что изучали время.
Ну, на самом деле,
Indeed, this presentation shows that human light relations can be varied. And so there's a lot was from biology in that presentation, but that's a separate topic that we could go through in order to show how light affects human senses, to define when we have migraines and when we are ready to work and unwilling to work. Right, our next presentation is by Mr. Alexander from Zumtobel Group in Russia, Field Marketing and New Business Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak at this wonderful conference. I wanted to say that circadian rhythms and the lighting that we discussed during the two previous presentations. So it's a deep and difficult topic because biological knowledge here is more important than light engineering. My presentation is going to be dedicated to the implemented projects in Europe and in Russia. I will demonstrate to you how we work, what technologies we're using, integrate into the new technologies, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Today, there is a notion about the polyfunctional exhibition space, the space which is neither museum, nor a shop, nor a factory, but something in between. A space where master classes, exhibitions can be arranged. It can be a temporary library. The marble slabs can be cut in the area under LEDs and 90 plus for the client to be able to choose all of that and understand whether it's museum or not. So in Europe and in Russia today, there is a lot of factory spaces that are turned into exhibition spaces. And inevitably, there is a question of how to organize the lighting there, since the expositions are changing fast. It can exist for a couple of weeks, a fortnight, then a month, another fortnight, and so on, with different approaches. It can be contemporary art, classical art, or rethinking a process of something. How can we and how should we tune the light for these different options? And so the answer should be quite flexible, not only because we need to be able to change the place of different lighting fixtures, but for other reasons as well. It's also the integration of IT services, which inevitably should be present in the present-day exhibition space for us to be able to control the exhibition, for us to understand how people interact with it, and in order to make sure that the exhibits are properly conserved. Here in the screen, on the screen, you can see the oldest factory of Zumtobel at the border of Switzerland and Germany. The Light Forum, as you can see, it's all retrofitted and is ready for an exhibition. At present, there is an exhibition of the achievements of light engineering in Austria. I hope we will all have a chance to see it. with time. Next space is in a way similar. It's also a factory. European factories were built following the same design. A lot of windows for installation, a lot of lighting devices, different bus wires, and that's London. Space and exhibition and a library for workshop, space for workshops, so whatnot. So a rather interesting approach reminds us of an art play in St. Petersburg. And a bakery in Moscow. There's a space where people can do creative work and where exhibitions can be arranged. There's a scientific center for children. Again, there is light here. Light here is very important because if we bring a child here for several hours, you should be able to be sure that this light is not going to harm the child, because it's so easy to spoil the eyesight for children with pulsation, with poor serai, with everything that the present-day market is proud of. But that's another topic. There's terrible lighting in schools, but, well, that's not my story. Then integrated lighting, wooden ceiling, wooden roofing, and it's the same space. But here is what I have already mentioned to you. It's a gallery in Austria. And I think the gallery where marble slabs are, and anyone can come here. And is it not an exhibition? A person who comes here should understand what he wants. And moreover, it's an immersive exhibition because you choose a slab and then you immediately get a piece of it, and you, after enjoying it, leave with it. So it's sale through exhibiting. And the next step towards a new understanding of an exhibition and exhibition space. Another concept, light for Dornbir, completely integrated lighting, which is the basis of this particular exhibition space. It doesn't matter what is going to be displayed here, because the space is filled with technologies. And as you can see to the right, you can find the magic optics, the media facades, and the necessary additional lighting, and museum in Milan. Expressionism, modern art, modernism. Now that's what you can see in the galleries. And there are light lines, as in Globe or in a major shop like OK or Perikostok. So they're ready for the exposition. It doesn't matter what is going to be displayed here, but these light fixtures can be replaced easily because the system that is presented here is flexible enough. Within 10 to 20 minutes, you can completely change the exposition. And then it's the matter of 3 to 4 hours for the changing of the color temperature in the context of the exposition. And there you are with a new concept for the new exhibition. Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao is a new project, so in wood and copper, and I hope we also have a chance to see it with time. Look to the left, you can see a spider there in Moscow. The garage museum space. The spider was there once, and it was also very interestingly lit. Here is the Museum of Contemporary and Experimental Art, Bauhaus Dessau. Its light here is the main source of information, because as you can see, there are not that many exhibits. These are archives, files. It's an imitation of an office. You need to take out a document and examine it. And that is the meaning of this particular exhibition. These are archive documents on the victims. Next slide is it's Italy, Abazzo, That's a museum where there is also the flexible system employed. And you can find here classical painting, absolutely flooded with light. And you can see focus spots that are so much liked in tracks. But above and over it, there is a system that makes it possible to have reflected lighting with, at the same time, with the control over the external lighting. There are no windows. The same museum. And we will go back to polyfunctional space. It's classical painting, Baroque style painting, a classical exposition, a classical system of lighting, of paintings and frames and the proper color temperature. And in the middle, there is a table for negotiations. So the space is used by people to talk and to meet and to talk. And in this case, we can see that the museum light is not proper for that purpose. We know that museum and office lights are opposing each other because there are always specific requirements associated with those. For proper negotiations, we need to have an integrated system. We have a proper type of lighting. So his photos are integrated here and microprismatic optics for the proper lighting cast on the table. A recent project of ours, you'll be able to ask questions of Ekaterina. We work together with this Zelenkov Gallery, very new project open over the past couple of months. And there's a system of contemporary art, and it's also space for conferences, meetings, and the works displayed there are on sale. A rather attractive space, and we think that it's a very good project. Frankly speaking, it was difficult to work with the customer because the customer wanted to have something simple and easy from the point of view of lighting. But when we got what we have now, he understands that he was at the brink of disaster with his most expensive gallery. And here is a Catholic church. The space itself in this church by itself speaks about the piety, about address to the celestial forces. There is no exposition here. The church is not an exhibition space, but the Italians here, the Italians are not afraid to use the new lighting concepts in a church and present-day artistic work in order to demonstrate how strong their faith is. A similar integrated system here, integrated into a monolith, into the monolithic walls of the church, a very complex project indeed, but the result was very good. And the Museum of Contemporary Art, Art Museum in Zurich, ready for an exhibition with correctable color temperature with built-in lamel ceilings. And so everything is ready for any exhibition, irrespective of its style. And rather interesting thing, boutique in Milan, Montclair, what will you say about it? When architecture, modern architecture, classical art, bus and boutique come together. A boutique when you can buy very, very expensive coats. So the exhibition spaces can be different and business is business. Here is Louvre in Abu Dhabi, a unique project combining integrated light fixtures with hidden optics, dark light. You can see Abu Dhabi is a hot country. There is a lot of light there. So the this space is based on sunlight. James Simon Gallery in Berlin, the patron of Berlin museums. I like this photo and this format. It's all concrete. There's nothing unnecessary here. And the space is ready for changes. And there's a certain reference to classical paintings. What can we say about the exhibition? No, it's not an exhibition. It's a space, which is a hotel. built on the site of the prison. Even there are classical doors here, classical jail doors, so with these openings through which the prisoners were fed. And this hotel is also an exhibition space. History is living here. The Dessau Museum, different doors are opening here. You can look in and see what there is there. It's interesting for children. And any sorts of galleries, irrespective of the meaning of what they want to demonstrate, whether they want to increase the cultural level of people, that's what the Hermitage is doing, they want to sell art, typical of the private galleries. But wherever we go, lighting is needed. Proper type of lighting, but the question is always of integrating it into the space. These projects, I hope, demonstrate that color and light can be properly integrated, and light can support any polyfunctional spaces, irrespective of what the owner want to do with those. And there is a singular platform. We can use all sorts of things and spots and blue washers and wall washers. That is all up to the technologies. And I would like to add one more thing. The system of control, it's very often wireless, through Bluetooth, through your mobile phones. It's a state-of-the-art approach. In the Zelenkov Gallery at Marata, we have exactly that approach. You can control everything from Bluetooth. The gallery is free. You can visit it and get an idea of how it works. And there's another possibility, classical controllers, controls with Bluetooth. All these can be interconnected through darknet or through bus, and because you can follow everything that's happening in the gallery. Then
one of the speakers stated that whether we should discuss at this conference climate. I believe that I will also take 1 minute of your time. Light infrastructure is a good environment for integration of different sensors, CO2, suspended matter, humidity, temperature, in order to control the storage rooms and the exhibition spaces, because that is the basis for preservation of the stock and cultural heritage. And we have to follow the climate. If we have large, buildings like the Hermitage, we should have a control panel via which the commands will be transferred to the ventilation system so that the perimeters would be changed and preserved. That's all. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, you are welcome. No questions, thank you very much. There are no sanctions to be introduced. The next speaker is Pavel Tsvetkov, General Director of CANDELA Ltd. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the possibility to make my presentation here. My name is Pavel Tsvetkov. I represent CANDELA company. After its foundation in 2003, we have been dealing with projects of lighting, particularly architectural lighting. During that time, we had the honor to work with many important projects in St. Petersburg and Russia. And from 2008, we have been developing and implementing our own model series of lighting devices. I would like to show my experience concerning our work on the project of reconstruction of the lighting and the interiors of the St. Isaac's Cathedral that was realized in 2016. And possibly we had to come to attend this conference 4 years ago to discuss the project, but for some reasons that was not possible. And now we have a significant experience of operation of the project. So I have some information to give to you. St. Isaac's Cathedral is an outstanding monument of architecture of St. Petersburg in Russia, needs no introduction. There is an opinion, and I support it, that the significance of that building goes beyond the scope of religious or secular contexts of our life. That is culture, religion, and secular life that affected the development of 4 iterations of St. Isaac's cathedrals that was built in turn, replacing each other from Peter the first time. Thus, it's a noteworthy fact that when designing the cathedral, the team of architects of Auguste Montferrand for making the building more harmonious into the urban environment. They defended their idea and they departed from the religious canons, turning the building by 45 degrees. Therefore, the classical trend of passing to the altar past change from south west to the northwest, and that was a very brave decision. Thus, this building is quite important. That is a symbol of our city, and that is even confirmed now. Rich and dramatic history of St. Petersburg left a trace on architectural masterpieces of St. Petersburg that became the symbols of the city in the most difficult time. They inspired a lot of people for their bravery and creativity. When I was proposed to take part in the conference Lighting Museum, I thought that this is great. We participated in many projects of lighting in St. Petersburg. That is a museum city in open air, and that is well inscribed into the context of our event. And my colleagues reminded me that we have a very volumetric problem on reconstructing of the lighting in St. Isaac's Cathedral. In cooperation with the National Reserve Museum, St. Isaac Cathedral, we have a very good experience during long-term work. In addition to outer lighting of St. Isaac's Cathedral, we also lighted Samsonian Cathedral, Smolny Cathedral, Savior of Spilled Blood, as to the interiors and exteriors, and even the exhibition space of the vestry rooms of the Savior of Spilled Blood, which we finished last Thursday. In 2015, based on the results of the competition, we implemented the project of lighting of the interiors of St. Isaac's Cathedral, and in 2016, we manufactured and mounted the equipment there. The main task of the future lighting system of the museum, numerous frescoes, mosaics, icons, sculptural compositions, and stained glasses should disclose their cultural potential at maximum and sacral symbolism for the adoring visitors and for the professional studies by art historians. The previous installation of architectural lighting was based on metal halogenic lamps as light sources, and they had some disadvantages to modern lighting fixtures. Metal halogen devices have some difficulties with the optical system. To create concentrated light beam, we need to have very large size of the optical systems, reflectors and lenses, and the device becomes quite big, and that interferes with the work of projection that makes the device quite expensive, and the efficiency is lower than in modern devices. So in 2015, when we started the designing, we decided that these will be LED light sources, and we had a possibility to get the experience of working in the project, and we could carefully study the examples of designers. As a parallel, we started to develop our own original equipment that would comply with all the requirements and functions of the installation. For instance, color temperature was at the level of 3,500 kelvins, similar to the Vatican 16 Capella. The color rendering index is also quite high, 95 units, and the most important types, according to our designers, many museum specialists think that we had to minimize glares and blinding. We selected the optical systems and the places for the lighting fixtures. Everything in the project, I haven't yet mentioned that the administration of the museum is holding concert events at St. Isaac's Cathedral with participation of the chorus, and they said that we have to create the system of addressed control of the lighting fixtures so that it will be possible to have some concerts that will be synchronized in terms of the light and musical shows. And for fulfilling this task, we created 40 scenarios with static images and light dynamic scenarios. For some presentations, we organized the possibility of individual writing of such light musical programs so that the museum would operate them independently using a computer. Overall, we used 574 lighting fixtures in the project. The main projectors, sulfide projectors and 5 museum vision, then strip light and flooding projections. Color temperature is 3,500 Kelvin. That was optimal for the interior of the cathedral. There are a lot of icons, gilded and bronze elements, colored stone, mosaic, gilding. The color rendering index also stressed the saturation colors of the exhibit, and the molding and decoration, and a lot of frescoes. It is important, as it is often the case in such projects, as a result of the work that was accomplished, many exhibits acquired new colors and paints and had a better emotional composition, so you can look at them in a new way. Thus, it is the main achievement of our work. We control the brightness by MDMX 512 protocol. There were special converters and the special software and numerous connectors and cable routes were used. And there were additional static and dynamic light scenarios. The total energy consumption was reduced more than threefold, from 140 to 42 kilowatts. To conclude, I would like to tell you that I have a trailer which we can watch. You can assess the beauty of St. Isaac's Cathedral and the quality of the work that was done. I would also like to tell you that at the end of February 2022, St. Isaac's Museum invited us to diagnose the equipment so that all the equipment would operate correctly. We were convinced of that during more than 5 years of operation. only 3 lighting fixtures were repaired. Now you're going to watch the trailer. Это что такое? Понятно. Thank you. If there are any questions, you're welcome. I will repeat it. Please pronounce it. What was the thing that was unique? The uniqueness is that LED light sources a priori is more state-of-the-art, and the color rendering index never existed previously, and these are the properties of the lighting fixtures that were not attainable if classical light sources are used. Our work was to send the lighting to the place where it never existed so that people would see the beauty of St. Isaac's Cathedral. That was a challenge. We have responded to it, and we realized the project you can come and compare if there is a possibility. Be careful, please, because as to the classical light, as the color rendering index might be 95 and even 98. Undoubtedly, there was a reconstruction and the consumption of electric energy decreased, and the metal halogenic lamps operate for 10 or 1,000 hours and LED from 50,000 and more. Another question. Thank you for your presentation. That is beautiful work. But when you prepare a trailer next time, try to do it in such a way that the lighting fixtures will not be in the field of the camera. When you can see them, that is a low indicator of discomfort, and that is a bad discomfort, and the impression deteriorates. And their work is beautiful, of course. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. My question concerns the lighting fixtures or projectors used. Of course, there was a long period. How did you solve the problem of dimming? Could you have transition from zero without leaves? As to the dynamic lights, what devices you used for dynamics? Thank you. The first question concerning dimming and its smoothness and the possibility of dimming from zero. This is a task that was not realized by 100% because that was 2015, the beginning of development, and it was difficult to select the equipment that will allow to power supply for the needed load and to control them according to DMX protocol 512. So we developed special converters that transferred DMX signal to the signal 0.10 volts, though dimming was from 0, it is not as smooth as we would like to have today in 2021. But when we come to the museum, when we switch on this scenario and demonstrate them, I would like to tell you that this is not a significant effect. As for the second question concerning the control program, the devices, you said that you used dynamic light, not rotation of the devices, pencil dynamics. The dynamic equipment is equipment that can be used based on tilt. That is a dynamic device. No, I'm speaking about light dynamics. So I understand. No, thank you. Just concerning dimming, the colleagues in theatrical sphere say that dyes operate from 1-0. Monster and trade union produce and program drivers with dimming in the theater. Other devices cannot be used. Moose and Mineral are available because they are produced in China. Thank you very much. In China or in Korea. Any further questions? Of course. Now we have 2 presentations left. The next speaker is Commercial Director of Navigator and Designer Andrey Martynov. Чего я не слышала?
Меняемся.
Ну давай.
May I ask a question? Yes, there is a question to you, Pavel. Who is asking? No. So, as a result of the reconstruction of the lighting systems for the interiors, I wonder if the power of illumination is going to be reduced because you are using more intensive sources of light. That's my first question. My second question is as follows. And how expensive is going to be this reconstruction? How expensive? And a third question. For what period of time, over what period of time this work is going to be carried out? No, if we start with the final question, the reconstruction has been completed in 2017. As for the cost, no, after 5 years, no, I think that the cost of the project has gone up 2.5 times. 3 times, with the first question, 3 times, the system is much more energy efficient as compared to what they used to have, 3 times more efficient. Now, let me remind you, 2 more presentations. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here, there are professionals in the field of lighting and art. And allow me to welcome and to greet all of you. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the event because the words lighting and art are very close to each other. And they have the same root in the Russian language, light. A lot depends on how much light we cast. And that's very important for the observers. We believe that is most important, and we're happy to be present at the conference. We will describe our understanding of light in art and technologies used for that. My topic is geometrical interactive lighting and other contemporary projection technologies for museums and exhibitions. I'm Andrey Martynov. I'm responsible for commercial aspects in our small company. And Ruslan Khapchaev will be with me in a few minutes. He is an engineer and an inventor. Our studio, Design Sveta, is a division of the Navigator company, which is a development company and works specifically in electric assembly works and control systems. We have been working since the year 2002. We're not a big company, we're rather a workshop. All the solutions are tailored, and to 100% they are unique for each and every project. All the optical and interactive systems are assembled as puzzles and are assembled with the selection of individual standard sources of light following different projects, specific projects, of course. Some of our solutions, technical solutions, are patented. Well, of course, for everyone present here, it is more interesting to see the technologies. Everything else is a sort of a background. Why do I make such a long introduction? I would like to show to you how the new solutions are being born and how people not involved in this work become a party of that. Let me talk now about technologies and our decisions and solutions for the museum lighting. We work with the traditional Grabar lighting. In the everyday life, this technology most often is used in advertising. Everyone is familiar, I'm sure, with rotating images next to the shops or in the commercial centers. Let me say that we have requests to carry out something like that, but we're much more interested in other solutions based on these technologies. Here are some examples of the solutions we make. This is not our work, no, let me say, but there are colored projections and others. In most cases, the solutions must be practical, such as light navigation, for example. Here is another example of our work. We believe that this is one of the solutions that can be introduced in the exhibitions and in museums. We're pleasantly surprised. When I was checking my coat, I saw the traditional indicators, informations, and information boards, which are similar to what we're doing. If business centers and shops or commercial centers actually decide not to work with paper for information, in the museums and in the exhibition halls, this is most important to get rid of the paper in this sort. The Grabar projects have strong light flow, 2,000, 5,000 lux for the lit surface. Of course, it all depends on the equipment and on the way it is positioned. This is important for the picture to be bright and noticeable with standard lighting inside or at the dark time of the day from the inside. The change of the slides make it possible to change the image without the change of the equipment. It's important for the situations when collections are being changed. Since the projectors are built on LED technologies, they have long time of service, up to 50,000 hours, and low energy consumption as compared to other sources of energy. As we can see, it's an easy way of the use of the image, but we went even further with what we're doing. Stanislavski once said, the theater starts with the cloakroom, and we can say that museums also start with the cloakroom. Any person coming to an exhibition hall or to a museum should be immersed into the proper atmosphere. Here's the entrances. Now, if a museum is quite contemporary and displays a medieval collection, then what should we do in this situation? In this situation, we can add some elements of 3D images. For example, in order to create on the ceiling molding or heraldic elements on the walls, this all can be projected on the ceiling. This interior will attract visitors, and it will be possible to change it with the change of the collection or exposition. And we have this experimental technology for 3D images. But there is another technology of the 3D effects for initially flat graphic images, and we apply it. We do not just add something to the images to create depth and volume, but it's an optical effect. This technology can be used in navigation. Here is a short video. Creating these projects, we work with the geometry of light. We use technologies for the correction of the angle distortions. When the projectors are at an angle and on the floor, we need to have a clear-cut geometrical image. Sometimes we need to get into exact space and overlap two images from two sources, like over here with the crossing for the pedestrians. It's all light projection. We thought that working with the geometry of light, that the work with the geometry of light will be proper for the accent lighting of paintings. We can shed light from afar or from an unnoticeable place. With all of that, the color will be just on the painting. If necessary, the slides, the light filters can be used to regulate the spectrum of light. And if it is necessary, it will be possible to set out the frame of the painting in a different color or provide an extra background for the painting. And different intensity of light can be a good solution for the following the norms of lighting for individual exhibits. With all of that, we can use not just one projector for one painting, but we can use just one large projector for a large number of paintings on the wall. As for statues and other voluminous objects, distant lighting will be able to provide proper, even lighting. And we tested that with monuments. We also work with the geometry of light. In this case, a statue can be lit within its boundaries, and the background, if necessary, can be lit in a separate, individual way. The same is true for paintings. Now, there might be some technical questions, and allow me to give the floor to Ruslan Khapchaev. He will be able to answer some of the technical questions. Dear colleagues, I'll be very brief. Well-organized lighting at an exhibition can have a positive psychological impact on the individuals and involve visitors into the necessary emotional atmosphere of the space, either concealing or putting forward different unique features of the interior. At present, there is a lot of professional lighting equipment for museums and exhibition halls. The LEDs have a wide spectrum of color transfer. They are sustainable to vibration. They work within a wide range of voltages and temperatures, and are not damaging for the paintings with UV or infrared spectrum. It's not that often that we speak. So the main purpose of these light fixtures is to create focused light flow for a particular object. All these, although, have a problem. They form a standard spot, either round or oval, while the artifacts are hardly ever round. That's why we need to think that there is an unnecessary lighting of the nearby sphere. Now, this is quite obviously can create a feeling of disharmony with the visitors. And this fault is typical of Grabar projects, with which we can have a very clear-cut spot, light spot, focusing the attention of the visitors on the exhibit as such. Grabar projector is an optical and mechanical device which enables to project the image of high quality and very bright to an even and smooth surface. It's a slide actually made of glass, of metal, or film, and its capacity depends on the characteristics of LED. And very often we speak about spherical lenses here that are used for that. Grabar projects, depending on their capacity, can work within a very wide range of distances. Grabar project for 20 watts can provide high quality image at a distance of 1 to 10 meters. Let's look at the competitive advantages of the Grabar project above the LED track lighting fixture used for focused light. First of all, it is possible to have a light spot of any geometrical form. A slide is made after measurements being taken, the projection of which, from the point of view of the mounting system, completely coincides with the size of the artifact. And then it is possible to achieve the necessary intensity of the light spot. And the slides, in this case, make it possible to create the color, the lit area with clear-cut boundaries. And this spot can have very definitely cut boundaries, and if necessary, they can be diluted. Now, the technology makes it possible to have an evenly lit painting and at the same time to dim certain areas in the painting. For example, the main flow goes to the painting while the frame is under dim lighting, or at a certain period of time, a certain focus, a certain accent can attract attention to a particular part of the painting. It's also possible to work with specific elements of this spot, and thus to set out with 1 or 2 colors the needed elements of the painting.
Возможность комбинирования на поверхности одного объекта света разной цветовой температуры для усиления эмоционального эффекта. Например, раму картины освещается.
And the possibility of the use of one projector for several paintings. The Grabar project makes it possible. We can have certain lit areas And an important factor here, which has an impact on the process as such, on the process of the aging of the process, apart from the intensity of the flow, the sensitivity of the material of the painting, is the duration of that impact. And the approach to the solution of this problem is the work with the intensity of the flow when there are no spectators. Grabar project can work under different modes. For example, it can give light as a background and spend some of its capacity for the getting of a signal. So this makes the painting is not under any extra light. And that's the main advantage of the Grabar projector, is the possibility to use the lit zone with the requested characteristics. The manufacturing of a slide with the correction of the angle distortions makes it possible to mount this project at a very low angle. The geometrical lighting is a new step towards the development of the new technologies and provide a much better level of visual perception of the exhibition items. Thank you for your attention. Allow me to add a couple of words, since we were planning interactive approach, and you probably were able to see our video with our work. In the process, we used motion sensors and different forms of control in order to be able to get different interesting effects. And we believe this is a very important element for the work we are carrying out, because with my own experience, I can say that the technology of the personalized presentation of information is most important. A visitor can get information about a particular item being next to it. This is true. There can be radio guides with focused sound. There can be liquid crystal monitors and augmented reality. All this tells stories of the artifacts. Following this logic, we can switch on this or that type of lighting, depending on the wish of the visitor, of the observer, or this can happen automatically. Anyway, I wanted to say that apart from the concentration of the personal attitude, we can also resolve some secondary issues like energy saving and careful attitude to the exhibits, because light is damaging for some of the materials. So that is the end of my story. And we spoke about our vision and about the way we can use these technologies and the practical application of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The simple examples of the projector, probably you can see it here near the general staff. There is information concerning the wardrobe and the cafe. This is done in this way. That is the simplest use. Thank you very much. We have the last presentation by Alexander Telegina from the Research Tomsk National University. I'm happy to welcome you, dear colleagues, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conference. I would like to tell you about the Scientific Library of Tomsk National State University, which is one of the largest university libraries in West Siberian region, which is visited by a lot of people, guests of the city, and people coming from other universities. I can show some projects that have been implemented, and we started operations, some projects that are at the stage of designing and implementation. This is the information center. Unfortunately, the photo is of low quality. This is the hall, that is the round clock reading hall. All the questions of the visitors related to education, research work, There are the consultants who are ready to provide around-the-clock information. This is a combined lighting, a natural light and artificial light. We decided to use the artificial light to solve the problem of lighting of racks and shelves. We have suspended LED strip lights, model strip lights, that can be emphasize the suspended ceiling construction, and they provide lighting for the working zones and for the groups of racks and shelves. Then the reading hall, there is the loan department as well. And here we have combined lighting. There is flooding ceiling light, LED panels and strip lights, rope strip lights that provide the lighting for the workplaces. In this photo, you probably cannot see them, but they operate. And I have skipped something, I'm sorry. Lecture hall, which is particularly popular among the students. In the photo, you cannot see it, but we have some podium groups where the students can arrange comfortably and to study. This is a combined room. There is solar light, sunlight that is quite intensive, and flooding ceiling light, rope lifting fixtures, LED panels. We also have the zones where we can have some exposition materials and certain areas that are also that also have additional lighting. As a rule, these are LED track systems. The next room, unfortunately, the quality is also poor. This is the big conference hall that is popular among the visitors and guests of the city. The building is quite old, built in 1914. And in the slide to the right, you can see the historical image of that room before the repairs. Unfortunately, thanks to the repairs in 1998, they dismantled the ceiling lighting fixtures and they were lost. Now we have the lighting around the perimeters, projector lighting, LED lighting fixtures are used. In the process of operation for more than 7 years, they are becoming dimmer and we need additional lighting. And as an alternative version, we are planning to have additional lighting around the perimeter, or that will be most likely ceiling lighting fixtures or chandeliers of cascade type, probably on lift hoisting mechanism. We also have to conduct the expert examination for that design. The next room is a Museum of the Book. That is a permanent exhibition. In this room, we have shutters on the window openings so that light would not penetrate into the room, because that is a historical building that was not planned for the exhibition, such as original manuscripts of different writers. There are paintings and books who were created more than 300 or 400 years ago. We exhibited, we organized guided tours, and in the slide to the right, you can see the current situation in the room where we have the ceiling lighting fixtures, the so-called tablets with LED lamps, and they have different color, temperature, and noise effects, and they require replacement. In the slide to the left, this is the planned version of the design for emphasizing the history of the mid-19th century, and bracket lamps on the walls, also LED lighting fixtures. Another version on track system for certain exposition groups because the room involves certain exposition zones. The next is the exposition hall, which is also in the old building of the scientific library. We cannot change anything significant because that building is under protection as an architectural monument. You can just propose to have some cosmetic repairs according to the stilistics. We can choose the track systems with disposed light and suspended linear LED chandelier. To the right, you can see the current status of that room with outdated types of lighting. That is a regular light and with noise effect, and we have to replace them. The next slide shows the book repository. We are preparing to upgrade it because the archives from the main central building have to be relocated to the book repository at the scientific library. This is a new equipment for the book repository and total replacement of lighting, fixtures, and repair operations. In the slide, you can see two types, that is designing, and I show how we're planning to arrange zones. We can also include into the excursion route the Treta zone, the corner of professor's work of the mid-19th century. We have regional exhibits that can be located here, and we can use track lighting systems with excellent lighting. There is lift shafts and the lift cabin that was also built and which operated from 1914. It operated until 1974, bringing people to different floors. We have 5 stories in the building. We have discovered it right now because all the doors were closed, and we are planning to have an exhibition zone. It wouldn't operate as a lift. It will be just an object of the exposition. A person will be able to close the doors to enter the lift. There was sensors previously. When the doors are closed, a lantern is switched on. There is a historical roof. We are not changing it. In the process of restoration, probably will make it more beautiful. We're also planning to have LED structure or just some connected cables, and there will be lighting inside. The next room is electronic library. In this room, we digitize the units of storage that we have at the library. There are 3,800,000, and we are conducting work by stages. Our task is multifunctional. We have to work on the equipment and working zone for 8 parts of the division. There is a zone, a modular zone of negotiations that can become a working zone depending on the number of the people present. There will be a 2-level lighting, a suspended chandelier, LED chandelier, which will stress the chamber character of that zone, and LED construction that will light all zones. This slide shows the transition from the old building to the new one. There are wonderful stained glasses that were made in the 70s. We haven't touched them. They are unchanged. And that is a visiting card of the Scientific Library of Tomsk State University. Unfortunately, they are not lighting now. That can be lit from the inside, and there are photos without repair, and it appears that we have old lighting fixtures. We want to replace them by suspending lighting, and there will be air pillows between the stained glass and window blocks, and probably will lay LED lighting fixtures or some strip construction, and facade lighting will be provided. Among other projects, in the city of Tomsk, we have a lot of museum points. I would like to show the photo project dedicated to our residents who live in wooden houses built in the mid-19th century. We have several districts of old construction that show architecture of wood, shows Siberian traditions, and we decided to use that exhibition as windows that would show the degree of coziness and comfort. Why people live in these houses, what are the problems that they're facing. And we have the ceiling suspended structure of LED with accent lighting, and each lighting fixture is lighting a certain zone coming into the room. The person would feel within that cozy space, and each window will be lighting and describing its history. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Please. No microphone. Alexander, can you tell us in your ideas of lighting, future lighting of one of the halls? I don't remember its name. Well, the hall of the second or third floor, you said that you want to use the ground lighting fixtures. What do you mean by that? Will you dig something? There is some, well, ground of first find dispersed fraction. And since we are not planning the reconstruction of that transition because that needs expertise and coordination, we proceed from what we have. And in order to stress it, because the stained glass grooves are transparent, and you can see these small pebbles, and these ground lighting fixtures might be associated with landscaping. That is just my proposal concerning the solution of certain tasks to stress the interior. Thank you very much for your attention. Another question? Even two. Can you tell me, in your presentation, there is a very beautiful project of the future installations for modeling. Have you used just some art, or did you use any programs, technical programs that is designing? I'm just showing the design project which I used in Blender. When we are implementing the designing, we calculate the program and the lyrics. That is a striking project. And can you detailize on the nightlife of the library in Tomsk? I'm just astonished that you operate around the clock. I'm interested in the following question about the working regime of the library. You said that it operates around the clock. Can you detailize on it with us? Only one hall is around the clock. It is the closest location from the entry. The visitors are, well, guests, residents of the city and students. They might use the resources of the library at any time. There is a clear schedule, except for once a week or some sanitary day. The sanitary day means time restrictions, and on weekdays when the students have to pass the exams, they can use that hall around the clock. No microphone, that is quite popular. We also have a lot of people there. From 2015, the library has become quite popular, and many students, even in the regions, of closest regions, are entering Tomsk University to use the resources of our library. Thank you. And to conclude, allow me to thank all of you for being so patient. let us mention the theory when we know everything but nothing works, and practice is when everything works but no one knows why. And we have to combine practice and theory. Nothing is working and no one knows why. For this not to happen, we're having this conference. I have a short announcement about the buses on April 20, 13, 15 from the Atlantis. For those who go to Menshikov Palace and to our repository, we'll issue the picture of our repository building. Tomorrow we'll go to that complex of buildings. We will show the routes between the golden and the white building. There is a central entrance. There is free entrance from Staraya Derevnya metro, 5 or 6 minutes by foot, on foot. You cross the street, you turn to the right, you go around the building, you go along the railway, and you see the gilded building, and nothing, then the cemetery will follow. So you won't be mistaken. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.